It was the only thing left in that room that wasn't completely drenched with blood. The teddy bear just sat there in the corner of the bed, head lopsidedly tilted, watching with empty glass eyes. It was nothing special. Bears like it existed in every toy shop for miles around. Hell, my daughter, Maria, even had one very similar. I didn't recognize the make, but hey, I'm no stuffed animal fanatic. As a piece of evidence, it had little value, but we bagged it anyways. As the CSIs will tell you, you never know when a piece of crime scene could become useful. And so the teddy bear now sits in our evidence room, locked behind several meters of cold steel, never to be hugged again. Only one day, it just vanished. And I don't mean we misplaced it and couldn't find it. I mean it literally vanished from the room, leaving its airtight plastic bag behind, now unzipped from left to right. That was the only reason any of us knew it was missing. Of course, my first impulse was to question colleagues. Only about 10 people have access to the evidence room whilst an investigation such as this one was still in full flow, and security is tight in the precinct, so it seemed like the most plausible explanation. Only, none of the guys knew anything about it. They swore, hand on heart, that they had never touched the damn thing. In fact, many of them claimed to be spooked by it after seeing it brought in. The sole witness to a horrific crime, stained by blotches of red that might never be washed out. And why would I doubt them? These were police officers and forensic scientists, professionals in every sense of the word, and loyal to our tightly knit precinct. After a couple of days, I probably would have forgotten about that teddy bear. It was a peculiar thing, but not the kind of thought that would keep me up at night, especially not with the hours that I put in. But then, it happened. One of our guys was going to do some cataloguing in the evidence room. Mundane stuff, to be sure, with only a cup of strong black coffee to keep them from a boredom-induced snooze. Only, when he arrived that morning, back hunched over and dark patches running rings around his eyes, he found it. The damn teddy bear was sitting out on the table waiting for him. At this point, I was pretty damn certain that somebody was playing a prank on us. It wasn't unheard of in our offices. Stuff happens after all. But these guys were mostly straight-laced and hard-working, not to mention how morbid this case was. It would take a pretty sick sense of humor to do something like this, and I just couldn't think of anyone who could or would have done it. But a prank it had to be. There was no other explanation I was willing to entertain. The bear went missing several times over the next week, always reappearing back in the evidence room like nothing had ever happened. Once it was me who found the thing sitting out on the table, and, in my sleep and coffee-deprived state, I could have sworn I saw the thing's head turn to face me. Those piercing black holes in its face locked onto my rigid form. The dark plays tricks on you. I only know this from my childhood. Every person who has ever lain awake at night, tortured by visions of shadowy beasts and horned monstrosities lurking underneath their beds, knows this. But this felt like something more. Quickly, it went from being a harmless prank to a source of great anguish. The bear stopped appearing solely in the evidence room, cropping up everywhere from office drawers to the water cooler in the foyer. Hell, one guy said he found the thing perched on a ledge in the bathroom, eyes fixed upon the door, just waiting to be discovered. Like it was playing a game of hide and seek. Our guys were starting to get antsy. frustrated with the lack of explanations. If somebody had come forward and claimed responsibility for all of this, then I would have kissed them. Anything to put the paranoid thoughts to rest and end this waking nightmare. By this point, we'd stopped putting the thing back in the evidence room. We tried to get rid of it, first scrubbing it up and taking it to a charity shop, only to find it back by the espresso machine the next day, once again splattered with blood. Then we took it to the dump and watched it with gleeful faces as the thing was thrown into a heap of rubbish and incinerated, the flames licking away at its frayed fur. I think it enjoyed that, because when it turned up back at the photocopying room, its face was twisted into a horrifying grin, its dark eyes chiding us with the playfulness of a misbehaving child, eager to drive its parents as far around the bend as it could. Don't try and tell me we should have ignored it. We tried. When we didn't acknowledge the thing, it would turn up on our desks with a pair of scissors, surrounded by the eviscerated, illegible remains of our documentation. One guy even had a picture of his wife broken, the point of the scissors used to gouge holes in her eyes. The message was clear. We played the game, or we suffered. By now, as one might expect, this whole ordeal was taking its toll on us. Those of us who worked the evening shift stopped sleeping at all, paralyzed by the thoughts of that damn bear, terrified that one day it was going to show up in our beds. A lot of trainees got up and left with very little notice. Even a couple of veteran officers clamoured with our superiors for an immediate transfer. Almost none of them were given any attention. Nobody outside our precinct could comprehend why a building full of mature adults was so terrified of a stuffed toy animal. I can't blame them. This whole thing sounds insane. But if you are here, you might understand what it feels like. We were being hunted. Things really took a turn when the bear turned up in one of our forensic guy's car. He found the bloodstained toy resting on his back seat, seatbelt drawn across its fluffy waist, lips drawn wide apart, in a smile of pure malevolence. The panicked realization hit us all at the same time, I think. Unspoken, but there, nagging at us like a memory shuffled to the back of our minds. The bear wanted to get out. It had grown bored of playing here with us. You might think that this would come as a relief to us after months and months of constant torment from this thing. But it didn't. Because if it wanted to get into one of our cars, that meant it was trying to get back to our homes. When we realized this, the final match was lit, and life descended into anarchy. One of our officers, Charlie, a good friend of mine, got himself arrested. He'd broken into the munitions department at a bigger precinct, the bear tucked away in his rucksack. Investigators said he'd used up to 5 kilograms of explosives. It still wasn't enough. The bear showed up at his trial a few months later, sat in one of the empty seats in the jury, just watching him. Poor Charlie. 15 years in the psychiatric ward for a completely rational and sane action. As for me, my wife left me not long after. She called the police on me. On me. Told them she was afraid that I might resort to violence against her or our daughter after she had found me cutting up Maria's teddy bear with a kitchen knife. My colleagues just nodded understandingly at me. They didn't even try and cuff me. Well, My family being gone gave me some time, so I did some research. Did you know that production lines in China can make up to 500,000 teddy bears in a week? That's a whole lot of stuffing. You see, I can't even focus my thoughts anymore, because I know that someday soon, that bear's gonna show up at my home, and it's going to butcher me like a fat pig. I'm ready for it. I used my contacts in the department to procure some heavy-duty artillery. Let's see that bear come back from a full round of M60 bullets. A forensic was found dead, hung from a door frame. They said it was suicide, brought on from an undiagnosed bout of severe depression. But I know better. The bear got to him. That means it's tying up loose ends. I guess the game is over. But all of this was months ago. I'm writing all of this now because I know it's my last chance. The bear is making its final play. Yesterday was my date in court. Custody over Maria. Only, I couldn't focus on a damn thing that stupid judge was saying. You know why? Because I saw my daughter. The first time in such a long, long time. My little angel. She was watching me from her seat, tears brimming in her little blue eyes because she wasn't allowed to hug with Daddy. It broke my weak old heart. But do you know what was worse? What makes me come out in cold sweats, bile rising through my guts like a trickle of ice water every time I remember it? Well, take a wild guess as to what Maria was holding in her hands. A dream of pale, flesh-coloured thread. I blinked back the darkness encompassing my vision, revealing again the dusty room we'd been biding our time in. I must have fallen asleep, and the sun was now dead. The window revealing night blanketed over the countryside. The moonlight casted shadows of corpses of trees and dead verdure, the sheets of snow reflecting the light with a strange sheen. The musty scent of moth-eaten chairs and aging wood was dry in my lungs as I inhaled it, causing me to sneeze. The noise was loud, echoing throughout the spacious living room, and the interruption reminded me of the silence of the place. A midnight graveyard filled with the absence of life. I got up off the wooden chair, scratching my freshly dyed blonde hair, and went over to my bag. I pulled out my vial of clonopin, and I could feel the dismay etch into my face as I realized it was empty. I subconsciously began picking the scab on my wrist at the thought, peeling it off before I realized I had even done it. Damn, what was I going to do? The last dose was probably flushed out of my system by now. What if something happened? What if some terrible catastrophe happened? What if someone saw me or called the cops? Or I fell through a weak piece of flooring and broke my leg? Or if someone owned this house and came in and started to hack away at our... No, none of that will happen. It never does. Take a breath. My throat tickled as I took a deep breath, and then I was calm again. Everything would be fine, as this would be an enjoyable night, surely. Since the silence was still heavy, I decided to try and find my friends. I made my way down a darkened hallway, my steps light on decayed carpet, and then entered the atrium. It was once grand, I could tell. and the ceiling high, and the stained glass congealed with years of dirt. I was about to cross to the hallway opposite of me when I heard footsteps. Faint, quick, there and gone. Their echoes died out, and I didn't hear them again. Must have been my friends. I ascended the staircase, a red carpet with dulled gold trim holding the tarnished wood beneath, and as I reached the top, I saw no one. Silver streamed through the windows, illuminating everything in a surreal light. Not a single breath besides my own to behold. I was in another hallway, from which multiple more branched off. There were closed doors lining the walls up to the very end, where it teed off. A desk and a portrait hung the splintered wood wall to my right, and I approached it. Upon the stand were various newspaper articles. They all seemed to be about a murder case, but I wasn't able to glean the details, as the paper was yellowed and the ink distorted by age and neglect. The portrait had a thick layer of dust over it, and I began wiping it off, noting various features. A white Victorian-era dress, pale, thin flesh, a locket with a blurred painting inside, a woman's face turned to the side, tendrils of black hair, a lake behind her nose aquiline and pretty, her eyebrows contorted in hatred, skin pulled over her mouth, pulled over her eyes, sealed seamlessly. I backstepped, confused and creeped out. What an ugly painting, I said to no one in particular. A shudder groaned from within the walls. Who would commission this kind of thing? And to keep it in one's home on display? What kind of place have we entered? I left it behind, trying to destroy the image emblazoned within my mind. My eye twitched at the mere thought of it. As I came to one of the paths that led away from the hallway, I stopped, trying to determine the most likely source of the footsteps I had heard. It was a vain effort, however. Sounds reverberated strangely in this decrepit mansion, and the blueprint for it must have been modelled off a maze. The only way I would find them would be to search. I took the hallway next to me, walking the winds utterly without a direction. Corner after corner, hallway after hallway, I wandered until I came across a door cracked open, and since all the rest had been closed, I thought it might be a lead. The rusted hinges cried out as I entered what looked like a bedroom. The darkness was palpable here, and though there was a window, the moon struggled to reach in, its grasp weak against the inky sea. I stood a moment, allowing my eyes to adjust. The outlines of items became solid. The room was small and sparsely furnished, a bed and dresser filling most of the space. There was also a closet. The room had a feel, an intuitive glimpse of the past. I could tell someone had lived here once, years ago, though most of the evidence had been purged. A history pervaded throughout, in pockmarks on the corner of the bed frame, the smears of fingerprints on the window, the outlines of objects that once laid upon the dresser, and the fingernail marks along the floor that led out of the room. I walked over to the dresser, running my fingers over the cold, hard wood. Fit for a coffin. I opened the drawer to discover a red speckled sewing needle and a necklace beside it. It looked like the one in the painting. I unlatched it, taking a look at the portrait of the person inside. It might have been a man, but age had blurred too many of the nuances. His hair seemed to be a brown-yellow, but that was the only detail I could be sure of. The locket itself was ornate, and besides the flecks of dark red, it was in good condition. I decided to pocket it, wondering if it had any value. A groan sounded from deep within the house. I heard something, a tiny squeaking. I turned around. The closet door was jittering, ever so slightly, as if pushed by some ethereal, spectral hand. Had the closet door been opened or closed when I came in? I couldn't remember, and I approached it. There was no one around. Perhaps it was just a symptom of the settling house. The only thing I could see within the closet was what appeared to be chains. The darkness was thick. It almost seemed to breathe. I began to experience a strange sensation. I felt xenophobic vibes emanate from the heart of the darkness so vast, endless, much larger than the physical confines. I stared at it, and I could feel it staring back at me, into me. Eye contact with an entity I couldn't perceive, but could know was there nonetheless. A primal urge rose up within my throat, constricting it, as if the darkness had grown fingers that wrapped around my throat. They were so icy, so very dead. My flesh crawled. My heart rose in volume. A siren, a dinner bell signaling to all a coming feast of carrion, and I left the suffocating pressure of the room. I quickly slammed the door when I got back in the hallway. My body was hot, too hot. My hands palsied, my pulse arithmetic. The panic was clawing its way into my throat, and the urge to vomit was painfully strong. Something was here. I could hear its shallow breathing, its talons clicking against the rotted floorboards, its tongue long and barbed, salivating at the thought of fresh meat, yellowed fingernails twitching with murderous intent. It wanted to eat me, to consume every part of me. I squirmed inside my body at the thought of being eaten alive. I was going to... Take a breath. Do you hear anything? Silence. There's nothing here. It's hiding, waiting, lurking, watching with bloodshot eyes and thin, ghoulish fingers. Its face skeletal, and the hunger. Dear God, the hunger on its face. The lust for my blood contorting its features. No. These things don't exist anywhere besides your mind. If there was some creature here, it would have already killed you. It's all in your head. Calm down. Take another breath. I did, and the comforting rationale of my mind cleansed the images of a ghastly stalker. I stood there for a moment, immersed in each deep breath, relishing the silence, the absence of any malignant presence. There was no one here. My friends were somewhere close, but for now, I was alone. Completely and utterly alone. It was time to head back downstairs. I couldn't explore the ever-winding innards of this house by myself, not without letting my imagination get the best of me. If my friends went back, or I didn't see them on my way, I would wait, maybe outside if I needed. The layout was monotonous, the hallways identical, the same sullen grey light pouring through the same nondescript windows. The mansion looked large on the outside, but this was different. It was impossibly big, and I was completely lost, despite a genuine effort to escape. It was like a dream, Not a whisper of another living being, not a single distinguishing detail in the halls. Like what hell might be like. All alone. More minutes passed as the word kept repeating in my mind. Nothing moved. My heartbeat rose in sporadic beats. I turned a corner to see another long hallway, impossibly long, with more branching paths. My eyelid began to twitch. It was the same door under each doorway, the same flaking paint on every wall, the same scent of decayed splendor. My footsteps increased in pace, my eyes scanning wildly for something, anything. My chest growing tighter, my breathing uneasy, the walls closing in and inciting a claustrophobia I couldn't bear. And there was the silence of loneliness, ululating, cacophonous, abysmal, piercing silence. I was alone, excruciatingly and absolutely alone. My consciousness convulsed inside, trying to break free from my body, and this situation like an insect in a leech's maw. I couldn't do this. I had to get out. I gotta get out. Someone help me. Get me out. Breathe. Take a breath. You'll find your way. No, I won't. It's been so long now. How long? 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes? I've been wondering forever. This house is supernatural. Time doesn't exist in this place. We shouldn't have come. I'm trapped, entombed. Calm down. There's no such thing as the paranormal. This is a normal house, spacious but normal, with finite space. You just gotta... What is that? It feels like eyes. Is someone watching me? I don't see anything, or hear anything, but it feels like someone is here. Someone's stalking me, waiting for the moment to murder me. I'm going to die. I'm never... There's nothing there. It's just a figment of your imagination. Take a breath and look out of the window. Do you see the moon? I looked. Nothing but a sea of blackness filled the sky. A murder of crows flew by. Okay, what about the other window? I looked out one on the adjacent wall. An empty sky. The moon was visible through the window in the living room. Just go opposite the direction of these windows and you'll find your way back. Yeah, that makes sense. I was restored to a calm state at the logic that the things I feared didn't exist, that it was just a series of unfortunate coincidences that I should be so lost. I began walking again as my breath slowed back down, and in a last bout of nausea, bumped into a wall and abraded my arm. After a few minutes, I reached the hallway and spied the staircase at the very end. I became ecstatic. My ordeal finally over. I could tell my friends about what happened and we'd all... Footsteps. Faint, quick, from around the corner. The air grew cold with the presence of something malevolent, frigid and icy. It leached the warmth from my body, drank my vitality. The blood drained from my face. I crept up to the corner, looked down the impossibly long hallway. A dark doorway, a flash of white fabric and pale flesh, and the door slammed shut, hard. I choked up. A gasp lodged in my throat. A darkness arose from deep within my being, a despair and dread that seized my organs, my pulse rising to a frenetic dirge. There was something here, something sinister and evil, something beyond the natural laws of the world rationists place so much faith in. I was being watched the whole time. I was being stalked and followed, and my flesh was lusted for every unsuspecting second. I was fantasized about. This thing wondered how it should separate my body. A saw or its hands? What piece of my body to eat first? The tanginess of the gristle, the satisfying chewiness of the muscle, the sweet slurp of the bone marrow. The panic was incendiary, cauterizing every vein in my body with trepidation. The mind raced, and yet was silent at the same time. I felt a warmth on my wrist. It was blood. I was wounded. When? How? I hadn't felt it. What did this to me? I knew in this moment I was going to die. My consciousness struggled inside, like a prisoner manacled. It seizured and flailed, trying to leave my body, and its unforeseen demise. I was positively writhing inside. The next second, I was sprinting, screaming for my friends. The hallway seemed to elongate like an optical illusion, and then the moonlight streaming through the windows fell faint, and the darkness grew, raking fingers across every inch of the hallway. My footsteps were drowned by a chorus of disembodied voices, ethereal and eldritch, and the grain of wood on the walls seemed to meld together, forming ghoulish faces, animated with peculiarity. Unnaturally, the ceiling seemed to breathe and bend, the edges of corners vibrated, and all around me, a deep groan rose up from within all of the walls. And while I was distracted by all these things, I tripped and fell down the stairs. I slammed my head and broke a rib. It was painful, blindingly so, and as the blood gushed from my forehead, as I lay at the foot of the staircase, I heard my friends coming. "What the hell, dude? Are you okay?" Matt asked as he rushed down the stairs. Jasmine and Madison followed suit. Yeah, I just sort of fell," I replied. "Nice, I see that. What's going on, man? What happened?" "You guys, there's something here. Something wants to kill us. Like a ghost or whatever. We gotta roll now, like, we need to leave." "What? What are you talking about? It's just a spooky house." Something is up there. I could feel it. It cut my wrist. And you know how ghosts steal away your life force? That happened to me too. The air got real cold, and right after I saw something in a doorway, and then the door slammed. Let's go. I'll tell you guys more about it when we leave. Oh damn, yeah, that was us. I opened up a window because I thought it was too warm, but I guess I was the only one. "Yeah, 'cause it's cold. 'Cause it's December," Jasmine said. "Yeah, whatever. Anyways, we went into that room up there and closed that door to keep the wind from coming in. There's a really cool fireplace in it. But we were the one-up-theirs, man. It's only us here. We're alone," Matt continued, but I began to ignore him. It was only us. I had completely misconstrued what I was perceiving. I let my awry thoughts get the best of me. I was immensely relieved, and as it suffused across my body like a warm blanket, I lost consciousness. A glimpse of the spool. Immediately, my eyes opened. I was jolted back into my body. The memory of a spectral stalker quickly rose in my mind, but then another, of the realization that there really wasn't anything here, calmed the panic that threatened to flood my lungs again. "Hello?" I called out. "Oh hey man, you good?" It was Matt's voice from up the stairs. "Yeah, I feel a lot better. Where's Madison and Jasmine?" "They went to get you a doctor. We felt sketched out when you passed out. That's a brutal bruise on your head, man," he said as I began walking up the stairs. "Yeah, I know. What are you doing?" "Just checking out this painting. Did you open all these doors? I can't remember if they were open when we ran down those stairs." "Doors? Huh?" I said as I reached the top of the stairwell. Every single door in the hallway was wide open, jittering slightly. "Dude, check out these teeth." "What teeth?" I said, turning towards the painting. The blonde man in a locket had my face. She held a sewing needle up, her nails ripped off. 1,000 bloody, jagged bones stuck through the flesh where her mouth should have been. Her eyeless face had turned to a stare right at me. A deep groan shuddered within the walls of the house. The necklace in my pocket began to burn. I've always loved the movies. As a film fan, my attention would instantly snap to the TV when I caught a commercial for an upcoming movie. Most of the mindless, overproduced garbage Hollywood churns out is pretty forgettable. So, whenever I discovered an indie film with a relatively fresh concept, I was excited to see something different. Recently, I caught a commercial for an upcoming limited release thriller called Quiet Room, which I found pretty intriguing. The story features a serial killer with a twisted sense of morality who picks his victims based on what he feels they add or detract from society, and his killing methods reflect how they've hurt others around them. I've only seen 2 different TV spots for this movie. Both were pretty similar with slightly different narration and video. However, one night, while watching SportsCenter, I saw a new TV spot for Quiet Room that I'd never seen before, and I found it to be absolutely chilling. It opened with the title in white text on a black background, which it displayed for about 5 seconds. That led to the second screen of similar text, which simply said, "I'm coming," centered on the screen. The text was accompanied by the sound of several people quietly sobbing. Upon looking closer, I could make out about 6 dark silhouettes of people in the background. There were no film clips in this spot, nor was there a "coming soon to theaters" message. I found this to be pretty unsettling, but probably a viral marketing tactic. So I watched some cartoons to settle my mind so I could get to sleep. The next day, I ran into my friend Jeff, and we decided to have lunch together. Our conversation eventually led to this bizarre and creepy commercial I saw during SportsCenter. I was shocked to hear that Jeff had also been watching SportsCenter last night, but he didn't see the same commercial. Instead, he saw one of the original TV spots. I protested and described it in detail, but he had no clue what I was talking about. Naturally, this left me a little rattled regarding what I saw. But a few days elapsed, and I found myself settling back into my normal routine, which included my daily SportsCenter fix. The disturbing commercial had nearly escaped my mind before I saw it again. It seemed the same as before. However, everything seemed to be intensified. The wailing was louder, and the dark figures were easily recognizable this time. After collecting my thoughts for a few moments, I quickly called Jeff to ask if he had seen it this time. But again, he replied no and hung up, probably thinking it was a prank. My mind started to lose focus, and I began to doubt what I saw and heard. I went to the kitchen and made myself a snack, watched some more cartoons in the living room to help ease my mind, which didn't really help this time, and decided it was time to try to get some sleep. I made my way to my bedroom, and I was strangely able to find sleep quite easily. In the middle of the night, I woke up from my sleep. I swore I could hear something odd, but couldn't make it out. The unsettling thoughts of quiet room came rushing back into my brain, instantly putting me on edge. I settled down and tried to pinpoint this noise, thinking it was all in my head. It seemed to be the sound of intense wailing, exactly as I heard it through the TV. Intense panic set in as I pulled the blanket over my head in an attempt to muffle the noise, but it only grew louder. The sadness of these beings saturated my mind. As I tried to block out these horrible voices, I noticed a shadow pass across my blanket, but I was too afraid to pull back the sheets to see if it was just a bird flying by my window or something sinister lurking inside my room. Suddenly, I felt something cold touch my toes from beneath the blanket, and I curled up into the fetal position in my bed, trembling with fear. A few moments pass before the blanket is ripped out of my grasp, and I can see what has entered my room. The image of a thick, dark figure stood at the side of my bed. There were no ears, nose, or eyes on its head. A wide, grinning mouth was its only defining feature. The urge to scream filled my mind, but nothing escaped my mouth. The creature seemed to soak up the terror I've become saturated with before it cocks its head gently to the side and thrust a sharp, penetrating claw into my chest. I managed to catch one last glimpse of the creature standing over me, as if utterly satisfied, before everything went silent and black. I woke, lying on the floor. I didn't know how much time had passed, but it was still obviously pitch black outside. I grasped my chest where I was attacked by the creature and found no wound and no blood. Normally, I would give a sigh of relief since I realized it was simply a nightmare and I fell out of bed. But all I could feel was dread and intense sadness. The type of heartache you feel the moment you discover a loved one has died. I picked myself up and stumbled to the light switch, but I couldn't find it. The only light coming in was the window. As I examined it, it was far larger than normal and looked otherwise abnormal. As I approached it, I could see words written on it in reverse. Backwards, it said, "I'm coming." Terror filled my mind as I realized what had happened. My eyes adjusted to the dark. I turned around to see 6 dark figures circled around me, crying intensely. The sense of sadness I initially felt increased exponentially, and I too began to cry uncontrollably. The light from the window was the only comfort in this horrible place, so I made my way towards the window so I could look out. The only thing I could see was my friend Jeff, sitting on his couch, watching us. She fell in love with the cottage as soon as she'd seen it. We'd driven for an hour and, at first, my wife had been the most unsure of us both. But once we were standing in front of it, she was sold. It was a sultry summer's day, the sky above blue and as deep as the ocean. A sea of white petaled flowers populated the grassy field, and there we were, both of us, just two little dots among the lilies, looking across the place we would call home. The cottage was perfect. While I'd grown up in the city, I'd always pined for somewhere less hectic, a place with trees and rolling fields. Suzanne wanted to stay near her friends and family. I could understand that, but I hoped that soon we'd have kids. When that happened, I dearly wanted to bring them up in the countryside. But I believed I'd have an uphill battle to persuade my wife that moving was the right decision. "Pay whatever they ask," Suzanne had said, smiling at the red cottage, its flaking white window frames, black slated roof, and oak door, all from another era. It was a place of sanctuary from the modern world, sitting on its own among the fields at the end of a diminutive path, barely big enough for my car. I was shocked by how Suzanne had fallen for the cottage. I had visited once myself before that day, and I knew it would be perfect to write from, staring out from the attic window across the glorious fields. But Suzanne had always been a city proud, and yet there she was, her red hair and ruby lips beaming towards me in happiness that I'd found the place, our place. We moved in 3 weeks later, and for the first month, I would say that it's the closest the two of us have ever come to bliss. We busied ourselves decorating and moving our things. Suzanne often sat looking out to the field in front of the house, a million lilies in bloom, their long stems and white flowers waving in the breeze. It was idyllic. A few weeks later, two things occurred which I now know were omens of what was to come, a veiled threat. One morning, I was up in the attic, arranging my desk by the window, when I felt something peculiar. The sense of being stared at. I happened to look out, and I was right. There, in the lily field, stood a man. It was a hot summer's morning, and yet he was dressed strangely, in what I can only describe as old clothes, a fashion from another time, with long white shirt sleeves which looked as though they had been covered in soil, and black trousers of a bygone era. I assumed that he'd been working in the farmer's field somewhere in the area. But that didn't explain his intense gaze. While he was too far away for me to say much about his features, it was clear that he was staring at the house. Though now, instead of looking at the window where I stood, his uneasy attention seemed to be aimed beneath me. I climbed down from the attic and then descended the stairs to the ground floor to tell Suzanne about the strange man in the field. But when I did so, he was gone. Suzanne didn't say much of anything to me. She just let out a sigh of acknowledgement and continued to stare out at the lilies. The next night, I awoke to Suzanne, sitting in her bed. Her sweat-drenched skin glistened in the moonlight, her chest moving in and out with a panting breath. Her eyes were open, trained on the end of the bed. I looked there for a moment and saw nothing. I'm not sure why I did that. Perhaps deep down I knew that we were not alone. I slowly lay Suzanne back down. "It's okay, Susie. It's just a bad dream," I said. She did not respond at first, the whites of her eyes wide and pronounced as she stared upward vacantly. But then the words came out of her mouth. "Dreams are hell for the living." She then closed her eyes, and within a few minutes, her breathing had calmed and she was sound asleep. I lay awake for a time after, those words never leaving my mind. Dreams are hell for the living. But in the morning, the sun came, and with it the comfort of living in the real world where all was well, concrete and obvious. Several weeks later, I had to leave for a couple of days to meet a publisher in London. She was interested in making a deal once my current one expired. It was a pretty big thing for me. I would hopefully set us up financially for many years to come. I didn't think that anything would be wrong when I returned. Susie had smiled and kissed me on the lips as I left, wishing me good luck. Even after 3 years of marriage, her beauty surprised me, held me in its trance. As I drove away, I counted myself lucky. The perfect wife, the perfect home, and perhaps now, the perfect career, if everything went well. Indeed, things did go well. I returned home 2 days later with a contract and a bottle of champagne ready to celebrate. It was a beautiful day, bright, bleaching sun on the road, and as I reached our red cottage in paradise, I was struck by the field of lilies opposite, how they shone brightly against the tall green grass, and, if it were possible, they were even whiter than before. When I pulled into the stone driveway, realizing quickly that something seemed off, the door to the cottage and all the old flaking windows were lying wide open to the summer air, and there was no sign of Suzanne. I walked in, holding the bottle of champagne in my hand in victory. I tried to smile, waiting to greet my wife with the good news. But there was a sinking feeling in my soul, and all I could think of was to find Susie and make sure she was okay. "Honey, I'm home," a little joke entrance I often made when returning from a trip. We both loved old black and white films, and we often laughed at how husbands seemed to announce their arrival loudly, an artifact of a bygone era. But there was no answer. Outside, I heard a bee buzzing around the flowers under the windowsill. Out there, life was abundant and in full bloom. But inside the house was as still as a grave. My heart raced as the sinking feeling took hold. I tried to recover from it as I moved up the staircase to the first floor. "Honey, are you here?" I said, quieter than before. How I wish those words hadn't been answered. But they were. A voice from our bedroom replied, "Yes, she is here." It was old, rasped, and unwelcoming. I rushed to the bedroom door, now brandishing the champagne as a weapon. But when the door opened, all I could see was Suzanne, sitting on the edge of her bed with her back to me, looking out through the window to the lilies in the field. "Suzanne?" I said. "Are you okay?" I approached slowly, reaching my hand out to her shoulder. But before I touched the silky white skin, a young woman's voice came from the other side of that beautiful head of red hair. "Alone at night, he came for me." I froze for a moment, and a strange thought ran through my mind. This is not my wife. I walked in front of her, half expecting to see a face I did not know. But no, it was Suzanne, her gaze transfixed by the window. "Susie," I said loudly, and with that she looked up at me. It was as if nothing strange had happened. She smiled lovingly, stood up, and threw her arms around me, kissing me. "So, how did it go?" "It went well. A 3-book deal," I said, still unsettled at the strange voices which had greeted me. She then walked off downstairs, taking me by the hand. We started getting dinner ready. I chopped all the veg. Suzanne prepared the steak. But nothing else was said. And when I broached the subject later and asked about the strange, old voice I heard from the room, she said she had no recollection of it and must have been sleepwalking after taking a nap. But what worried me the most was that she seemed unfazed by the lack of memory. Like it was to be expected. 3 nights later, I realized how quickly things were escalating. I woke in the night to an empty bed. The dark clouds outside blotted any moonlight from the sky, and the world around me felt cold, like a rotten body covered by a shroud, outlining its end. "Susie?" I said, slowly wiping the sleep away from my eyes. But she was not there. The room lay cold and empty, like an unoccupied tomb. Then, I heard the front door downstairs moving in the breeze, gently rattling against the wall. It was open, and I knew then that Suzanne had wandered out into the dark, alone and probably unaware. I quickly pulled on some clothes, ready to run downstairs and into the world below. But as I passed the window in our bedroom, something caught my eye. A grey outline in the field opposite our house. My eyes struggled with a lack of sight, but there was no doubt. Susie was standing among the lilies, still, her white nightgown blurred by the starless sky. In just a few steps, I was out of the room, down the stairs, and through the open front door. The gravel crunched beneath my feet as I ran down the driveway. With each footfall, I was getting nearer the road and then to the field of lilies. But the sound of my chase brought a realization into my mind. There was no other sound to speak of. No crickets chirping in the night, or things scurrying in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire scene had been caught on canvas, a reflection of something which was once alive, now only a shadow of life. As I approached the road, I could see Susie standing there among the flowers. They reached up, motionless, brushing against the waist, entangled by the long grass. "Susie!" I shouted as I rushed between the lilies. But she did not respond, obviously still caught in the trance of a dream. A trickle of red made its way from her shoulder, across her white, milky arm, dropping to the ground from her fingers. "My God, Susie, you're hurt!" I stepped forward to hold her and make sure she was okay. But that was when I heard the voice. "You shouldn't be here." And I recognized it immediately. I turned to see Suzanne standing behind me. A horrid chill ran up my neck. I spun around to see the woman I had believed to be my wife, wandering away through the lilies. kneeling down, then disappearing into the darkness of the night, obscured by the grass and flowers. I rushed forward, but could see no one there on the ground. Who was that? I asked Suzanne, nervously poking through my otherwise steady voice. Dreams are hell for the living, Susie said, but this time her voice seemed aged and warped. She then turned around and started walking back to the cottage. I followed quickly, but never for a moment taking my eyes away from the lily field behind. On reaching the front door of the cottage, I looked back once more, only to see the field empty. But in that void of night, as a breeze came in to gently shake the lilies and grass, I knew we were not alone. Someone was staring at us from the darkness, and in my mind, for the briefest moment, I thought I saw the man, covered in soil, as I had done before. Whether it was only a shadow brought forth by the wearied mind, I do not know. The next day, Suzanne had no recollection of what had happened. She had gone back to sleep and, in the morning, seemed none the worse for her nocturnal wanderings, except that she complained of feeling very tired, almost drained. I told her about what had happened, but again what disturbed me was that she seemed so dismissive of it. It wasn't that she didn't believe me, it was as if she didn't care. "Don't worry, dear, everything's fine." That was the response she gave me, but in her eyes, I saw something else, a distance growing between us. More importantly, between her and the world. She wasn't concerned about the woman in the field, nor was she concerned that she could have been hurt sleepwalking. She didn't seem concerned at all. The next night, I couldn't sleep. The air was stifling, and the heat from the day sun had been locked in by the blackened clouds above. In a way, I was thankful for the lack of rest, as it allowed me to catch Suzanne as she tried to leave the room once more. I gently guided her back into bed, and when she lay down, she looked at me, her pupils wide, adjusting to the lack of light. She opened her mouth and snipped in that growled voice. "You're a bothersome one, aren't you?" "Suzanne, please, just go back to sleep," I said, trying to hide my apprehension at the voice. And in the same rasping tone, she muttered, "I'll be dealing with you." 2 more nights passed, and I was becoming exhausted. I had to get some sleep, but I feared for Susie's safety if I didn't. And so, I took some precautions. I stole her key to the house from her bag and kept it in my nightstand. At least that way, she'd be stuck inside the house when sleepwalking. I wasn't prepared for the response. I woke during the night to a pounding sound, a muffled, hard, repetitive knocking. Rising slowly, I saw that the bed was empty. I knew the noise must have been Suzanne, but I was hesitant at first. The thought of the woman in the lily field still haunted me. But while I worried that a stranger could be in my home, my priority was making sure my wife was safe. Slowly descending the stairs, I flipped on an old light switch and could see Suzanne standing at the front door, the light from the staircase cascading forward, breaking the darkness below. She was just standing there, rhythmically banging her head against the wood of the door. "Susie, stop that!" I cried out. She did as I asked, and slowly turned to face me. I recoiled in horror. It wasn't Suzanne, but the woman in the field. I stumbled backwards as she walked slowly towards me. Blood trickled down her arm, and she walked with a strange gait, a staggered, disjointed motion. Her face was as pale as snow. "Get out of my house!" I yelled, stumbling backwards and whacking my back against the stairs. She came forward, one pale foot in front of the other, and began to climb the stairs, her white-eyed stare never leaving me. I was terrified, and, looking upon her, filled me with dread. As I tried to pull myself up, the woman crouched and leaned over me as I lay there, her long, red hair dangling, touching my face, her hands either side of me on the steps, her body pressed against me forcefully. "She's with us, between the lilies," she said, staring at me. Then, nothing. The woman just remained frozen, her mouth lying open, and her eyes glazed over. I touched her hand next to my face. It was icy cold. I was staring into the eyes of something vacant, empty, a shell. An unseen breath then seeped out of her open mouth, sounding not unlike gas hissing quietly. Her head slowly bowed, as if her neck would no longer support it. Then, her body went limp, and she collapsed. Her icy body lay on top of me, and although my first instinct was to violently push her to the side and search for my wife, I knew I did not have to look far. The warm, loving fragrance from Suzanne's hair vanquished my fear. Gently, I pushed the red hair from the side of the woman's face, but all I could see were my wife's beautiful features, asleep and tranquil. I carried Suzanne to bed and lay her there. Switching on a small lamp, I pulled an armchair next to her and watched as her long, deep breaths continued until morning. When she woke, she smiled, and again dismissed the entire hideous night as a combination of simple sleepwalking and a lack of rest on my part, in terms of believing she was someone else momentarily. But I was not having that as an explanation. Call me superstitious, but I've always believed in something out there, in the vastness of the world, unseen forces if you will. And while I'd never encountered the supernatural before, I was certain that that was exactly what we were facing. I was also certain that it wasn't the house exactly, but the lily field, which seemed to be the epicenter of the phenomenon, the source which called to my wife. My mind went back to the man I'd seen in the field. Somehow, I felt he was the curse, whether spectral or human. I therefore tried to remedy the situation. I said we should move. But the first time I suggested it, Suzanne just laughed it off and said she was happy at the cottage. "Oh dear, honestly, this is all in your head," she said. "Whether it is or not, I'm not happy here, and we always said if one of us didn't like it, we'd move," I replied, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. Then, her voice changed slightly. It was hers, but not hers, as if two different personalities had momentarily mixed. You should leave," the somber voice said. I knew at that moment that the strange nightly occurrences had crossed the boundary. They had made it to the daytime. In my mind, that only meant that the influence was growing stronger, and my wife was slowly being consumed by something evil. There was no persuading her. As the days wore on, it felt as though she was growing more distant, sometimes not answering my questions at all. She was fixated, staring out at the lilies, and then at night, I would have to stop her from leaving the house in her sleep. I phoned a doctor, but when she arrived to look at Suzanne, she thought there was nothing wrong, and no wonder. My wife suddenly came to life as the doctor arrived, appearing completely healthy and sound of mind. But when the doctor left, Suzanne smiled at me, but not with kindness, not with her usual love. It had been replaced, usurped by menace and malice in equal measure. I began to grow desperate. I felt I was losing her, losing the woman I loved more than life to something out there, something uncanny. That's when I decided to really take matters into my own hands. I felt terrible doing it, but I crushed up some sleeping pills and put them in Suzanne's tea. Once she was sound asleep, I gently lay her on our bed, kissed her head, and left. I drove as quickly as I could, and within 30 minutes I was at Windham Town Hall. There, I gained access to the town records, specifically looking for any information I could find about the cottage and that damned field which lay nearby. Perhaps the history of the place could provide some explanation, and maybe even a cure. Sitting there in the old, musty records office, surrounded by stacks of yellowing papers, I eventually found what I was looking for. In some way, there was relief. To find a reason for my wife's affliction, and that it came from the field, and to hope that if I took her to somewhere new, she would recover. But as I read on, the horror of what I was up against made itself known. I found little about the cottage itself, but in some old newspaper clippings from 1894, the mystery was revealed. At that time, Windham and the surrounding countryside was caught in fear, a panic which was not easily forgotten. Several young women had gone missing, and the local police, initially explaining the disappearance as runaways, finally had to admit the possibility that there was a killer in the midst. That someone in or near the town was a brutal murderer. The disappearances continued for nearly 5 years, the police never turning up a suspect, until suddenly the kidnapping stopped. But just as I was about to move on to another batch of files, something caught my eye. It was a newspaper clipping from 1899, when the killings ceased. Apparently, the Windham Herald received an anonymous letter at the time, which read, "To whom it may concern. I recently discovered that a loved one is the man you have labelled the Windham Snatcher. While I cannot reveal his identity for fear of shaming my family, I wish to convey my sincerest, heartfelt thoughts for those taken and murdered by him. I have done something terrible, but there was no option left to me. I have killed him in his sleep and buried his body with those of his victims. All I can hope is that there his soul will pay for his crimes, and that all those poor women can rest knowing justice has been done. He will never again terrorize the people of Windham, But for me, his memory holds a twisted pull. At night, I hear the whispers. There is no going back. There is no coming back. Dreams are hell for the living. Sincerely, A. At once, it all made sense to me. I rushed out of the town hall and into my car. As I raced along the country roads outside the town towards my home, the skies dimmed above. I had to get there as quickly as possible, and hopefully, if Suzanne was still under the effects of the sleeping pills, put her in the car and drive her away from the place, never to return. Turning onto the single track road which led to the cottage, the last wisps of daylight gave up their claim and relented to the dark. When I drove into our driveway, my heart raced at what I saw. The downstairs window at the front of the house was smashed, and along the broken shards of glass, which stuck upward from the bottom of the frame, blood dripped to the ground below. What terrified me most was not that Suzanne was obviously gone from the cottage, but that the glass has smashed inwards. Someone had entered the house first. Terror, fear, panic, call it what you may, but they all came to roost in my soul. "Suzanne!" I screamed in desperation, but there was no answer. The night was still, and as I had noticed before, not a sound could be heard. No crickets, no rustling of leaves, nothing. I did not need to check the house, because I knew where my wife must have gone. I turned slowly to look across the road. The stones in the driveway crunched under my feet as I neared the lily field. There, in the darkness, I could see her, wandering between the stems which seemed higher than before somehow, their white flowers reaching above her waist, brushing against a white nightgown. Without thinking, I rushed across the road and through the sea of flowers towards my wife. But as I neared, confusion took me. There was another woman in the field further on, a few more to the sides, and as I turned around, I could see more, pallid, lifeless, and blocking the way I had come. How many there were? I could not tell. 20, 30 maybe. I had no idea which one was Suzanne, their empty expressions seemingly robbing each of them of their personality. I then realized that they were moving, seamlessly as one, towards the heart of the field. And as I too moved forward, I could see what they were drawn to. A tall figure stood there, a man, his face covered by night, his clothes old and covered in soil. I could feel his gaze seeping into me. He was calling all of them to him, his victims, their bodies somewhere beneath the lily field, intertwined with his own. Those poor shadows of emptiness, all that remained. How often had they been called by their master? How many times had they risen to meet him, only to be drained further to sustain his spectral form? They shuffled onward, like moths to a flame. I had to find my wife before she became the Windom Snatcher's latest victim. We had to get the hell out of there. I ran ahead to the first woman I'd seen, but she was not my wife. Her hair black against her ghostly skin. Another, then another. Each time I was presented with a different face, but they all had the same expression, wide-eyed and vacant. Closer, they drew to the man in the field, that snatcher of life. I confronted another of the women shouting my wife's name as loud as I could. I had finally found my Susie. I barely recognized her. She looked so drawn, so pale, so ill. Looking into her wide, open eyes, it was as if she were almost empty. The flame of the woman I loved nearly extinguished. Seeing Suzanne that way, how the evil presence in that place had tried to take her from me, I grew angry. "You won't have her!" I screamed. I tried to lift Suzanne up onto my shoulders, but as soon as I touched her, she began to cry out. "Help me!" she screamed, kicking her legs and clawing at my face. I wrapped my arms around her and began dragging her through the lilies, the flowers snapping up as we moved. It was at that moment that I looked up. The place was silent, and yet the pale figures in the field were still there. They had turned towards me, each wearing the same vacant look on their face. Slowly, they began to move, shuffling through the tall grass and flowers towards me with that unearthly gait. All the while, the shadowy figure of their master watching from a distance. "No, leave us alone," I yelled. But I wasn't fast enough. They closed in, and Suzanne looked up at me as I tried to pull her as quickly as I could through the undergrowth. In that old, rasping voice, which I now knew was the voice of a man, she spoke. "She belongs to us, between the lilies." A hand then grabbed my neck from behind, another pulling at my arm, then another scratched at my face, nails dragging down into my skin. I fell to the ground, blood trickling into my eyes as my wife was torn from me. "Susie," I said, half dazed. She turned her back to me, and hand in hand with the other women of the field, she walked towards the twisted puppet master at the heart of it, leaving me alone in the tall grass. I knew there and then I only had one chance to put an end to that madness, to save Susie and myself from being consumed by the place. Staggering, I made my way as fast as I could away from the field to the cottage, in a small shed out back. I found what I needed. When I returned to the field, what I saw terrified me more than any sight I'd ever beheld. Standing around the heart of the field, the pale figures joined hand in hand, forming a large circle, and at its center, Susie approached the soil-covered figure, the cause of this tragedy. I quickly set to work as the snatcher wrapped his hands around Susie's slender neck. I would rather watch that place burn than allow him to touch my wife again. Opening the petrol can I'd taken from the shed, I ducked out of sight beneath the tall grass and began pouring. There was enough, just. As I poured the fuel in a circle around the women of the field and their master, suddenly I heard a shriek, a thick, accusatory sound, like broken stones. But it was a voice, this time coming from him, the one who had blighted that place with his hatred a century before, the one who had taken so many from their families, now arisen again to add Susie to his coven of lost souls. He had seen me. The women turned from their circle as their master yelled, his hands still firmly around Suzanne's neck as he began to choke her. The pallid, white figures moved silently through the lilies towards me. I quickly opened a box of matches and struck, lighting one of them. But as I thrust the flame towards the petrol-sodden ground, a hand burst upward through the dirt. It was a woman's, grey and rotten, and its flaking fingers wrapped around my wrist. I dropped the match, and like a beacon of hope, a circle of fire rose around them all. The killer, the lost souls, and poor Suzanne. I clawed at the putrid hand which held my wrist, pulling it towards the fire. Touched by the flame, it released me, and that was when I made my move. I leapt through the flames and headed straight for the center of the circle. There he was, his hands around my Susie's neck. Worms crawled across the skin as bone and rotten muscle protruded from his face. Dirt and soil festered where once there were eyes. "She's mine," he seethed through decayed teeth. Charging at him, I was able to break his hold. Screams rose to a crescendo around me as smoke and flame closed in. Where am I?" Susie said, confused from the ground. As the flames grew higher and the heat unbearable, I lifted my wife onto my shoulders and darted towards where the ring of fire seemed weakest. As we fled, nothing evil could pass through it. I did not look back until we reached the cottage. We both stood there, peering out from the broken window towards the field as the fire turned to soot, charcoal and dust. It's been 3 weeks since that night. After the fire, I informed the local police that I believed the field was the resting place of over 30 women who had disappeared nearly a century ago. A small excavation was carried out, and indeed, the bodies were found. Each a victim of the man they called the Windarm Snatcher. Who he was, no one has been able to tell so far, but his body was found. That is the only detail which truly perplexed the police, though it did not surprise me at all. The corpse was not found beneath the earth and dirt, but instead lying lifeless in the middle of the now cremated field of flowers. Suzanne has little memory of what took place. She seems back to her old self for the most part, but occasionally I find her sitting almost motionless, her gaze distant, as if she is contemplating something important. What? I do not know. As for me, I'm fine. You may find this surprising, but we're back at the cottage right now as I write this. I felt as though whatever evil resided here is now gone. And Suzanne seemed very happy when I suggested that we give it another go. What surprises me most as I type this is the field opposite. How the lilies have returned more vibrant than ever. Yes, I would say all in all, we are as happy as we've ever been. Except for the odd dream or two. I have such visions here. Strange shapes moving in the night. They frighten me, but I think I will go to them, just for a while. I will go. There is no going back. There is no coming back. Dreams are hell for the living. I've been diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, or what most people would call multiple personality disorder. I haven't told a lot of people about this because, well, it's not an easy thing to talk about, and I have this constant fear of seeming like I'm seeking attention, and since I can't prove it, then it's just kind of useless to talk about. But there's something that a lot of people don't understand, is how nice being alone is. Because I haven't felt lonely in nearly 10 years now. It wasn't as bad when I was a kid, but then things happened and it got worse. You don't have to worry, I'm not some serial killing maniac, and I'm on meds now. But I haven't told my psychiatrist the whole story, and it's only thanks to the anonymity of the internet that I can tell you guys. I was raised by two people who definitely thought children should be seen and not heard. I wasn't allowed to draw or sing or do anything that might be considered annoying. One of the few things I could do without getting yelled at was read and write. So, I would come up with these fantastic worlds where I was a hero saving people from terrible monsters. It was a really nice escape, especially when mom and dad would start drinking. Mostly when they yelled or started hitting people, it would be at each other, which I preferred, especially since the other targets were me and my brother. I loved my brother, and anytime we got scared, I'd put on a brave face, lock us in my room and read one of my books out loud until they went to sleep. It was about when I was 12 that I first noticed that I wasn't alone in my head. Maybe it was all the yelling, the hitting, and my overactive imagination. But I was really happy that I actually had a friend, even if he was in my own head. He called himself Vincent. I had never really heard that name before, but it was cool. He always sounded tough and he made me feel tough too. You don't need him, kid. You're good enough on your own. He was always so encouraging at the start. I'd spend entire recesses just talking to him in my head. We'd find a nice corner of the playground, away from the other kids, and I'd tell him all about whatever book I read or how awful one of my teachers were. And he'd just listen and comment and tell me just how proud he was of me. It was something he'd always say. "I'm so proud of you." It went on until I was about 15. My brother was 11 and just about to go to 6th grade when my dad finally left my mom. He didn't say anything. I just walked in one day and mom was crying over a picture of us from my childhood. Things turned worse after that. Mom took up smoking too, and I'd find small burn marks on my brother's body. And whenever I tried to confront her, she'd say he was just getting careless with the stove or he must be getting picked on at school. I couldn't prove anything, but somehow I knew that she was the one doing it. My brother was so small, and even today he's hardly 5'5" and as skinny as a rake. Mom didn't try hurt me after Dad left, at least not physically. I was growing really fast, and when I turned 16, I was already a foot taller than her. So, she tried talking down to me, tried to make me angry or sad. But it didn't work. Because after every single argument, Vincent would tell me that I was a good kid and I deserved better. "I'm so proud of you." It was about this time that I noticed that there were gaps in my memory. They were just little things, like my bookmark would be further in a book than I remember, or my clothes would be on differently. I was a bit afraid, but Vincent told me it was him, and he was sorry. He said he couldn't control it really, and he was just so curious about my life that he just couldn't help but explore. I was scared at first, but I just got used to it. People who have been in abusive relationships will understand that when someone who has so much power in your life does something weird or creepy, you just forgive them, even if it's the bad thing to do. And I guess I was just lonely and I craved attention, and he was willing to give it whenever I wanted. It was nice for a while. Then things just sort of snapped. My brother was home sick that day. He had a terrible cold and could hardly get out of bed. It was hard for him to keep solid foods down, and he'd thrown up a lot. I told my mom to stay sober for a single day and try take care of him. She was his mother. She was supposed to take care of him. She was supposed to love both of us. Isn't that what a mom is supposed to do? How could she do that to him? How could she do that to us? There was a fire while I was at school, started by a careless cigarette dropped on the carpet, ruled as an accident. But even when I came home, I saw that she was absolutely hammered. The fire department barely got my brother out in time to save his life, but he got severe burns. Even to this day, the scars on his face and hands are the first thing people notice. He's scarred for the rest of his life because of her. I tried to bring attention to it. I tried to do something. No one would listen. No one ever believes me that no one I talked to tried to help. But you'd be surprised at how much oversight actually happens. I felt more hopeless that first night after the fire than I ever have. That's when Vincent spoke to me. I can help you. You've helped me. I can make you happy. Can I make you happy? I hardly cared anymore, so I just blacked out. We were in a crappy hotel, my mom asleep on the bed next to me when I went out. And when I woke up, she wasn't there. I thought she just went out to get more booze or to talk to the insurance people about collecting on our house. I skipped school and visited the hospital. My brother wasn't awake yet, but I liked to think that maybe he could hear me when I started to read to him again. I read his favourite, The Lord of the Rings, and I even made voices for each character like I did when he was small. When I got home, Mom still wasn't back. Again, I didn't think anything of it. I was actually relieved. But after a few days, I started to get worried. I was kicked out of the hotel. I kept getting calls about insurance and my brother's hospital bill, and eventually the police came to inquire about where she might have gone. I remember the officer that came to see me. His name was Officer Jackson. He had a very odd nose and a mustache that reminded me of a walrus. "Son, do you know anyone who might have wanted your mother gone? Anything odd? Maybe someone said something threatening to her before she disappeared?" I thought to what Vincent had said in passing, and I wasn't even planning on saying anything about that. But that's when Vincent spoke up again. "Just say no." I suddenly felt terrified. I told the officer there was nothing, but I was starting to put some pieces together. I think he knew something was up, but he couldn't prove anything and just left me alone. I cried after that. For the first time in a long time, I was sobbing. There was the thought that I had done something, or that a voice in my head was doing something. Maybe I was going crazy. Maybe I was already crazy. Maybe I should just get some help. But, like always, there was Vincent's voice. No matter what I did, no matter who I spoke to, he was there. Always there. Always encouraging me and guiding me. Always guarding me. always making sure I did the right thing. Never a single instant alone, because I always knew he was there, and he was always ready to remind me, I am so proud of you. I'll never be lonely again, and that terrifies me. I loved horrifying images. Pictures that could make one feel uneasy or utterly terrified fascinated and delighted me. Yet for all my appreciation and exposure, they worked their charms exceptionally well on me. I had trouble falling asleep most nights with the visions of these nightmarish things invading my mind and leaving it a smouldering wreck. From horror games to internet screamers to the illustrations of scary stories to tell in the dark, I had a host of things in my head to keep me up at night. I was enthralled and terrified by nearly all of them. The only exceptions were the images I'd created. It was the March of my junior year in high school. I loved working with a copy of Photoshop installed on our school-issued laptops, and I made photo manipulations relatively often. The only thing they had in common was a complete lack of terror. One day, I set out to change that. I'd wanted for a long time to test my ability to frighten with imagery. I had already established a reputation as a teller of terrible tales. If anyone ever wanted a good scare, they knew to seek me out. As happy as I was with spreading scary stories, I wasn't content with stopping there. I wished to expand my horizons as a frightman. I'd found a song on my iPod that I'd acquired on a whim months prior, set it to loop, and searched Google for the perfect picture to make my monster. I found it in the image of George Marks. The name wasn't familiar to me, but the picture was. With George's gaping smile and his wide eyes, was exactly what I'd been searching for. It didn't take me long, perhaps 40 minutes at the most. I stretched out his mouth, covered his eyes, and put a filter over it. I was in love. A habit began to form. Like a drug, I became addicted to creating these abominations in Photoshop. I relished the horror of the images I'd made. I showed them around and received similar, aghast reactions from every last soul to gaze upon them. I relished the ease of which I could make the pictures. Most of all, I relished my absence of fear. I simply had to make more. One image every few months grew to one or two every month. From there, I began making one every week. Before I knew it, I was making one of these images almost daily. As time wore on, I began referring to these images as my children. I had a folder filled with dozens of my children named Mirth. I loved them dearly. They were macabre, hellish, and all mine. I was barely 20. I left the house to set out from my hometown to live in a larger city a few dozen miles away. I was in school, I had a few good friends, and life was pleasant. The only exceptions were the images I'd created. My infatuation with them began to grow to unsettling heights. Not only did I need to create more of my children, I felt a need to be around them. There was a burning emptiness I felt when I wasn't in their presence. I heard faint, incessant whispers in my head while I was away from them. I had to quench this miserable emptiness. The whispers needed to cease. I printed out several of my children and hanged them up my room, pox of a terrible disease on an otherwise average room. I made more, cut them out, and made casings for my personal effects. My iPod, my wallet, and even my laptop was covered with them. For a small price, I would do the same for others' devices. They became somewhat popular around my university. They thought nothing of my eagerness to perform this service. The consensus was that I was attempting to make a name for myself, and since I was quite skilled at designing and applying these cases, they also liked the appearance. I can't remember when I began muttering. My children had crept further into the recesses of my mind and spoke with my voice. I would ask empty rooms why they weren't laughing. I would ask for the people around me to laugh. Sometimes, these mutterings would escalate further, leading me to speak or even scream these messages of mirth. Thankfully, I only muttered them when I was out and about. People knew I talked to myself for years, for as long as I or anyone else could remember. I muttered and spoke quotes and conversations from movies, television shows and games. At that point, no one ever bothered to listen to what I was saying. The screaming only occurred on 2 occasions. One went without incident in the middle of the city, while everyone else was at work or running errands. One earned me a noise complaint, but I explained to the landlord that I had had a nightmare. The apartment walls were thick, and all they heard was the noise, no words. There was one unfortunate incident, however. Several of my friends came to my apartment one night to socialize and make merry. We were all having a great time, clanking glasses, having quiet or loud conversations, spilling drinks, tearing through levels of cartridge-era video games. The sort of thing my friends and I customarily did. It was 2:30 in the morning. The celebration had died down, and a few of my friends were passed out on my couch or in the corner of the room. I had none of my friends around me, yet I felt at ease. Kevin, one of my friends, and the only one who hadn't been drinking, was on the Super Nintendo. He was finished destroying the town he built on SimCity and decided to play Yoshi's Island. As he played, I began to fade in and out of consciousness. I was rather intoxicated, and the night was aging. When he got to the first of the piranha plants, however, I was slightly stirred. Its gaping mouth and its eyeless head reminded me of George. George was waiting for me, as were all of my other children. A single whisper passed my ear before Kevin destroyed the plant. Still, as they entered the screen, my head swam more and more with thoughts of my children. I could hear them in my head, begging me to return to them. I was able to keep them at bay for almost an hour before the mumbling began again. I blacked out after they started. When I awoke, all of my friends were still in the apartment. I was in my room. They were all on my bed, looking at me. The children that were on the walls were torn down and heaped in an ugly pile in the corner of the room. Kevin had a bruise on his neck. I asked what the hell happened, and Kevin explained everything. We had been the only ones awake, and he could understand every word I was saying while I was muttering. He was concerned, but assumed I was talking in my sleep. I was out of his peripheral vision, and he was focused on the game. After I began to vocalize my wishes of laughter, he put the game on pause to stare at me. I wouldn't be silenced, in spite of his requests to cease. "Laugh," I begged him. "Why aren't you laughing, child?" After a moment of silence, I grabbed him by his throat, and, at the top of my lungs, I demanded he laugh. Being stronger than me, he broke free of my grip and restrained me. I shook and thrashed in the chair for 20 minutes before blacking out. My friends were indeed concerned. They asked if I remembered what I was talking about. I told them about our mutual need for one another. Of course, they issued forth more concern. While I was restrained, they turned on my computer. They demanded my logging information for it, and I begrudgingly divulged, knowing exactly what they were about to do. They recoiled from my screen as they were greeted by George, who is now my desktop background. They quickly reset George and had him replaced by the default background. I watched as they deleted Mirth, sending it to the recycling bin and deleting it permanently from the green hills and blue sky that was my background. I feigned tears, but I wasn't truly concerned. After they had finished destroying my children, they begged me to see a psychiatrist. They said if there was another outburst similar to the previous night, they'd see me into a mental hospital. On that note, they freed me from my bonds and bade me farewell before leaving. Upholding my friend's wishes, I looked up a local psychiatrist's office and set up an appointment. I wasn't thrilled in the slightest. I never felt at rest in the psychiatrist's office. I was used to being the quiet, observant one, and a psychiatrist is quiet and observant for a living. If nothing else, I felt like my mind was being invaded when they would ask me questions. Between the threat of my identity and the feeling of intrusion, I endlessly debated with myself on whether or not to show up to my appointment. Half an hour before the appointment was scheduled, my sense of duty won out. I climbed into my car and made my way to the psychiatrist. In the office, I sat in the reclined chair. Dr. Ridley, or Pauline if so desired, began our ado session by asking me about any previous incidents. I could remember only one. In 8th grade, I was tormented by visions of a small girl in a pink dress. Her straw-like hair dangled in front of her face, and the bits of flesh that clung to her face were completely absent about her mouth. She would chase me, her exposed teeth chomping at me ceaselessly as I ran myself down and collapsed. She would laugh and stab me to death with a large, bloody kitchen knife. I simply would not die. It always took dozens of stabs to finish me off. Her laughter was terrible. I went to counselling, and after a short time, the vision stopped. After making some scribbles on a clipboard, she smiled and calmly asked me to explain everything about what was going on in my head now. I weaved for her the riveting yarn about my ordeal with my children, and she did exactly as I'd expected. She sat, nodded, scribbled something down on a clipboard, studied my face, scribbled, nodded, and studied all the way through my story in a methodical and agonizingly monotonous way. I almost hoped she'd stop me in the middle of my story and ask other questions, other explanations, hell, give me a hug, something. She said she would research what I've told her and cross-reference any existing previous cases to determine a course of treatment. Almost pleasantly surprised, I smiled and nodded, thanked her, got the hell out of that clinic, and drove home. However, close to being pleasantly surprised I was still bitterly disappointed. I knew I had a problem, and I almost wished she had a solution. Almost. I was still in love with my children. I sorted out the pile of them on the floor and taped them up again. Their blank eyes, their big smiles, made me feel so welcome. I opened my computer to be greeted by the hills again. I smiled and produced a small USB drive from my desk drawer. I plugged it into my computer and opened it. There it was. Mirth. I would never trust my computer to hold all of my children. What if it crashed? Well, I would have lost them. The folder they deleted only had a fraction of the children I had in this folder. I opened up the folder and felt, oh, so at ease. As I flipped through the dozens of horrors I'd made, I felt more at home than I ever had any time else. Yet tonight, something felt wrong. Perhaps it was my acknowledgement of my obsession that began warping my view. Their smiles seemed colder, and their black and white faces glowed unnaturally, and their blank eyes stared into me somehow. I began feeling uneasy as I made my way through the folder. Every so often, my eyes picked up on text that would appear in the middle of the photos. The one phrase that kept repeating was, "Why, Father?" The more I scrolled and browsed my children, the more my blood began to chill and my skin began to crawl. Other text began to appear. "We loved you. We trusted you. And Father, love us," popped up with increasing frequency. I don't know why I kept scrolling. I felt like I was tumbling down a spiral staircase and I could only stop when I reached the bottom. The last photo was of me. It was amazing. It was in full color. My eyes were sewn shut and my jaw stretched far below my neck. My lips were peeled back in mirth to expose long, discolored teeth. It was beautiful, brilliantly executed, and it made me scream. I didn't make this. I didn't. I'm not sure what actually happened after that. The line between reality and delusion blurred. My mind completely derailed. The photo on the screen twisted and contorted at grotesque angles and in inhuman fashions. "Love us again," it shouted in a tremulous, inhuman voice. I fell out of my chair, wailing. I landed on my back and stared up at my walls, from where all of my children stared down and laughed. In unison, they all began to chant. "We do not love you anymore, Father. Why aren't you laughing?" they bellowed. They laughed and screamed, and their blank eyes ripped open to drip blood on my face. Their faces drew closer and closer to mine. I knew it had to be a psychotic delusion, but was it? How could I be sure? I scratched at my face madly before digging my fingers into my sockets to pluck my eyes out and I woke up. There were no screams, only whispers. I could hear my children whispering to me. Their voices slipped into my ears ever so gently. "We don't love you. You should be laughing. Laugh, Father." I laid in a wretched agony for what could have passed as an eternity. I went to rub my eyes before I realized that they were still in my palms. I chuckled as I tossed them out of my hands. I'm not sure when my neighbour had come into the room. He was a middle-aged widower that wasn't usually home. I have no idea why he had come. I felt his eyes burn with agonized concern. He murmured uncontrollably, begging to know what I had done, why I had done it. All the typical things a caring bystander would ask. What life I had left now was going to be miserable, dark, and cold. The only exceptions were the images I had created. I smiled. I leapt up, grabbed him by the neck, choking the life from his body, as I whispered through a mirthless grin. "Why not laugh, child? Why aren't you laughing?" I laughed. Mirthfully. Tap, tap, tap. Ever had a fear of monsters under your bed? Like you could have sworn you saw what seemed to be a shadow moving down there? Or freaked out when you heard a noise under the bed and was scared to look? I don't expect anybody to believe me on this, nor do I care anymore. I've told this to anyone and everyone I've ever known, but none believed. Not even my best friend. Not even my therapist. At this point, I've given up, and just tell this as a scary story to my friends, and would like to show it to the world. For the record, yes, this has happened to me. Believe if you want to. So, it started back when I was about 6 years old. My family had moved to a new house in a new neighborhood, but still close enough to my friends. I still slept with my parents at that age and was horribly scared to sleep alone. On restless nights, I had a habit of looking at the closet, seeing the clothes hanged, and imagining the silhouettes of those clothes forming monsters. Sometimes it looked like dark eyes watching me. Sometimes just scary shadows. I would think anything was scary at night. When we got to the small house, my mom looked back at me from her seat in the car and told me I had to sleep alone from now on. I begged and I pleaded for her to let me continue sleeping with them, but no use. Their decision was made. From that age on, I was forced to sleep alone. I played outside with my toys while they put the furniture inside. As the sun got lower and the day started to turn into night, a strange fear crept into my body. I kept looking at the sunset, silently begging for it to stay up when my mom called me in for dinner. As soon as I was finished with dinner, my mom told me to go to sleep because I had school the next day. They went as well shortly after me. I closed my room door tight, closed all the windows and the closet, and tried going to sleep. It took me a while, but eventually I dozed off. Only to be awakened, only a few minutes later, by the sound of tapping. At first, I thought it was my mom knocking on the door, but realized it came from under my bed. Random taps, not in any pattern or anything. It sounded like someone with long fingernails was tapping on the wood right below my upper back. When I finally fully woke up and began to realize that someone or something was tapping below my bed, it stopped. I believed that it was just something of my imagination and went back to sleep. I was awoken again a few hours later by the same tapping. Again, As soon as whatever was under there saw that I had awoken, it stopped. I resumed my sleeping, only believing it was my imagination. I awoke the next morning feeling tired. I went to school, got home, ate dinner, and went to sleep again, a little less scared by sleeping alone. Only a little. Just like last time, the tapping woke me up. Only this time, I didn't ignore it. Because it didn't stop like last time. It just continued. A small tapping right under my upper back. Then, it changed to something that sent shivers down every inch of my body. It changed to a sound like as if it was running its fingernails across the wood. Scratching, sort of. I could almost feel the vibrations going from my left side of my shoulder to the right. God, it was terrifying. I didn't dare move or make a noise. I even slowed my breathing. This noise continued for minutes, hours. I couldn't go to sleep with that horrible tapping and scratching under my bed. Then, the noise grew louder. It grew from a tapping to a knocking, and then from a knocking to a large banging. I panicked and screamed for my parents. They came rushing in, my dad with a baseball bat. They asked what had happened. I only told them I had heard a noise from my bed. They looked under it, but of course, nothing was there. My mom told me to go to bed, and I reluctantly did. A wave of fear once again crept over me as she turned off the lights. For a few minutes after they had left, I turned the lights on and checked under the bed myself. A bold move for a 6-year-old. But nothing. At least until I checked the floorboards. There were deep, etched scratch marks on it. I immediately ran to my parents' room and asked to sleep with them. And they let me. The next 2 days I slept with them until they decided I was comfortable enough to go back to my room. I begged them to let me continue sleeping with them, but they didn't budge. I stayed awake the whole entire night. The tapping never started. At school, I fell asleep almost the entire time. This went on for about a week, until my teacher called my mom asking if I was sleeping well. My mom eventually found out I wasn't sleeping and grounded me. Eventually, I started sleeping again. That's when the tapping started once more. Every single day, I was awoken with this terrible tapping and scratching. Days turned to weeks, and weeks into months. I could no longer concentrate in school, and my grades were terrible. One particular night was different. I entered my room and went to sleep. As always, the tapping woke me up after an hour or so, except this time, it was on the side of the bed, where my feet were. I rubbed my eyes. I waited a bit for my eyes to accustom to the dark, and when they did, I saw the most horrible thing I have ever seen in my life. Sitting right beside my feet, its back towards me and its hand tapping the bed. It was sitting on the edge of my own bed. It looked somewhat like a hairless cat, except it was humanoid. It had no hair anywhere on its body or head. Its hands were full of veins and it had huge, slightly broken fingernails. They looked like they could tear anyone's skin completely off, especially mine. The body was like that of an old man's, wrinkly and old. That thing looked like it hadn't eaten in forever. I was terrified, in shock. After a few seconds, it began turning its back and head towards me. It had no eyes. Its skin covered the eye sockets and its mouth completely, like a puppet. The nose wasn't there either. Even though it had no eyes, it seemed to focus on me. It radiated an emotion. Sadness. It was as if it wanted me to give myself to him so he could eat me, satisfying its hunger and taking away his sadness. For some reason, I was tempted. I was in a trance, but I quickly snapped out of it and passed out from so much fear. The next morning, I awoke and immediately told my mom we had to move out. I screamed, cried, and begged until she was finally convinced something was bothering me and told my dad we had to move out. So we did. Fast forward to 3 years later. I now lived in a neighborhood far away from before. The image of that thing still haunted my memories and my nightmares, but I'd never seen it again since that night. I'd never told my friends or family of what happened again, because they never believed me. My little sister had been born only a few months ago. Her name was Julie. She always slept with my parents and I was a bit jealous. I was still afraid of sleeping alone due to what happened. My friends were always making fun of me because of that. One day, my best friend, Zach, invited me over to sleep at his house. I was very excited to go, until I got to his house. He had recently moved to the house I used to live in. As I got my backpack full of stuff out of my mum's car, a wave of fear crept over my body when I turned around to see the old house I had once lived and almost died in. I walked up to the old wooden door to see my friend, opening it and greeting me with a large smile. "Took you long enough," he said. Yeah, sorry. Is this your house?" I said silently, hoping it wasn't. "Of course it is. Who else would it be, idiot? Now come on, let's see my new house." I was hesitant to go in, but there was no turning back now. I entered and looked back to my friend, closing the door behind me. I didn't tell him I had once lived there out of, once again, fear of that beast hearing me. The whole day I wouldn't feel comfortable staying in the house and would always suggest we go outside and play ball. He suggested we play with his new video game, but I always said I didn't like playing, even though I did. Finally, while we were playing soccer on the front lawn, Zach's mom told us it was time to go inside and eat dinner, and soon after, go to sleep. My heart stopped. I looked out onto the night sky and realized I hadn't even seen the day go by. It went so fast. I wished it hadn't. As I was eating, all I could think about were the thing's eyes, or sockets. Even so, I had always been certain it was looking right at me that night it appeared, its whole face covered in its own skin, almost like it was suffocated under it. But it could breathe fine, I thought. Maybe it was all a dream, I thought. But no, it was too real to be a dream. Dreams are usually like watching TV with a bad signal, poor image and lots of static. An illusion, maybe? I thought to myself, was it all an illusion? It could have been. What with all the fear I had when I was smaller. But even then, I was skeptical. "Time to go to bed, kids. Hurry up now," Zach's mom said to us. Zach had 2 beds. His was in the left corner of the room, and mine was right beside. I lay down on my bed and looked at the ceiling as Zach almost instantly fell asleep. I was scared. No, I was terrified. I think I spent about an hour and a half awake before I finally caught some sleep. Once I did, I started to dream about that thing. In my dream, I was waking up in my bed after hearing some tapping as usual. I opened my eyes and saw nothing, though the tapping continued. For some unknown reason, I was somehow more brave than in real life and decided to look underneath my bed. What I saw made my heart want to die. Under my bed, slowly turning his bald head towards me, was what I thought was the monster, but was actually Zach. Though Zach wasn't bald. He had hair in real life. But in my dream I stopped thinking about it. This thing was literally wearing my best friend's face on his. Even as a 9-year-old, I knew it was pretty much impossible for you to wear someone else's face on your own. But this monster did just that. For the first time, I saw this thing smile at me. He was smiling. A big, toothless grin stared me down for what seemed like an eternity. He then lashed his hand out at me and instantly pierced my heart. I woke up trying to scream, but to no success. What I saw kept my scream lodged inside my throat. On top of me was him, staring me down, making what seemed like a smile, or at least trying to make one, though he had no mouth. When he saw that I had woken up, he quickly scurried out of my room, bumping into the walls. I tried to take a look to see where he was going, but he went out of my sight and was too terrified to get out of bed. Zach was right beside me, sleeping peacefully. I tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't budge. He slept like a rock. So I stayed there, awake for the rest of the night. I felt like I was alone, even though Zach was right there. Around 6 a.m., I heard Zach's parents getting up, and I immediately opened the door and ran to them, begging them to take me home. They asked why, and I tried to tell them about the monster that tried to kill me, though as expected they didn't believe me. I begged and cried until they finally took me home. While I was in their car, I couldn't stop wondering where that thing might have gone off to. 10 years passed by. I was in college and was in my car driving towards my mom's house for the holidays. Dad had passed away and it was my sister's 10th birthday. At one point, I looked down at her present in the passenger seat next to me. I was going to give her what she had always wanted, the new doll that had come out a few weeks ago. The commercial showed that it could walk and talk by itself. Strange thing for a doll to do, but my sister would love it. As I neared my mother's house, I noticed the growing amount of parked cars. I thought to myself, this must be a huge party for a 10-year-old. I finally found a place to park my car and grabbed the doll, got out of my car, and made my way to the house. Mom's eyes lit up when she saw me and she ran towards me to give me a hug. She then ran back to the house to call my sister so I could give her my present. As expected, Julie loved it and immediately showed all her little friends. Unlike me, my sister was quite the popular little girl in school. I guessed she didn't inherit Mom's shyness like I did. My whole life I was shy and an introverted kid. As the party went on, I chatted with the adults as the kids ran around the house playing with their toys. Somehow the subject of the conversation shifted to something that instantly brought chills down my spine. The parents began talking about a certain kid who had died about 3 years ago, in the same house I nearly died 10 years ago. The memories brought pain to my head, and I told the parents I needed to go to the room I was sleeping in to lay down for a bit. I opened the door and lay down on the bed to see if I might get better. As I looked to the ceiling, the memory of that night kept replaying in my head, over and over and over again, until I closed my eyes and almost instantly fell asleep. I don't remember exactly what I had dreamt about that night, but I awoke to silence, except for a familiar sound that, along with bringing fear into my body, also brought hatred. A hatred I seem to have bottled up inside me for more than 13 years. Almost instinctively, I looked under my bed instead of staying still like I usually would have. My heart stopped. Almost touching my face was his, looking me in the eye. His leathery skin covering his face was merely an inch from mine. For that moment, everything was silent. And by everything, I mean everything. There was not a single sound. No cars passing by, no humming of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Nothing. From there, everything was a blur. All I remember was him clumsily running out of my room and going in the direction of my mother's room, where she and my sister were sleeping. Things only became clear when I suddenly found myself hunched over my mom and sister. I looked around me, but no monster. As my eyes wandered back towards my mom, all I began to see was blood and guts. The skin of her face was completely torn off. The same to my sister. They both seemed to stare at me with their lidless eyes. I stood still. I couldn't even cry. My heart was racing. As I began to panic, I felt heavy breathing behind my neck, and suddenly, a smack to my head knocked me out completely. I woke up tired and dizzy. The back of my head still hurt, and everything was still blurry. As things began to clear, and I got up from my dirty, slightly blood-stained bed, I noticed metal bars to my right. Immediately, I ran up to them to see what was going on. All I heard were crazy, deranged screams around me. "Who's there?" I asked in the darkness. All around me, I began to hear small giggles coming from inside the cells. Then, the screams began again. I waited for a bit, and waited and waited. After what seemed like a few hours, dozens of lights turned on, and a door on the right end of the hallway opened. I ran up to the metal bars and tried to see who it was. After a few moments, a bald, bearded man in a lab coat came into sight. He walked all the way towards my cell and stopped, turned towards me with a key in his hand, and told me to follow him. He escorted me towards where he came from, as a bunch of hands tried to touch us. A few had nails that were long and sharp, others had chunks of skin ripped from their fingers, some both. The guy with the lab coat took me to a normal-looking room and calmly told me to have a seat at the table in the middle. He took a seat in front of me. "So tell me, from beginning to end, Mr. Richards, what exactly happened to you?" He handed me a notebook to write what happened in my cell. A present from him to pass the time. For about a week, I've been writing. During that week, I've had numerous appointments with therapists. They all tell me the same thing, that all that happened to me was an illusion of my mind, and that basically it led to me killing my mom and sister. They told me a name for the condition I have, but I've already forgotten it. Doesn't matter anyways. It's all rubbish. After a few days, I realized I was in a mental institution. They let me call someone, and I decided to call Zach. Not even he believed me. No one did. They don't want to help me, or us. They just want to see us lose our minds and rot in this place, like most of the prisoners in here. But I know he's still out there. He still wants me. He visited me tonight, you know. I woke up in the middle of the night, and he was there, sitting at the end of my bed, facing away from me. I didn't do anything. I just watched him. He turned towards me, and I saw my mother's face, staring at me with a happy, psychotic smile. In our childhood years, many of us fantasize about being astronauts. There's just something so compelling, so exciting, romantic about the idea of taking a voyage into that great black beyond, conquering the stars and the unknowns of our humble little galaxy for the good of mankind. And, of course, zapping a few little green men along the way. However, few of us will ever fulfill these whimsical dreams. Being an astronaut, an emissary of the cosmos, takes more than just the ability to hold down your lunch after a turbulent takeoff. It's incredibly hard work. All physics and chemistry, and a good dose of good old-fashioned military resilience. Very few make the cut. But for this, you should be thankful. You see, I was an astronaut, and I don't think I'll ever be right again. Every night, the terrifying memories come back to flame me alive in my sleep. I wake up cold, drenched in my own sweat and tears, and lacking a breath in my lungs. All because of that one night. It started out perfectly normal, or as normal as it gets when squirting out a blob of toothpaste is harder than winning the Olympic relay. My companion and fellow spacefarer, Robert, had gone to bed much earlier than me, complaining of an uneasy stomach following the consumption of another of our less than savoury meals. "Just make sure you don't crap yourself, Bob," I had playfully chided. "You know how much work that'll be to clean up." Being sick in low gravity is an unpleasant experience, as I can personally assure you, so my sympathies were with Robert. However, as the evening drew on, and I got sick of losing on the onboard chess AI over and over again, I grew painfully bored. One of my favourite pastimes involved slowly taking off my shoes, watching as the stringy laces were enveloped by the snare of zero gravity, and drifted upwards towards the ceiling of the cabin. Sure, it was childish, but don't judge me for it if you haven't tried it yourself. Even the smallest things can amuse you in such a lonesome and otherworldly environment. As I watched my rubber soles take off like a shuttle above my head, that was when I heard it. Faintly at first, but unmistakably in the complete silence of the cabin. Static. It was coming from one of the radios built into our helmets. For a moment, I just sat there, mesmerized. Likely, it was nothing. We were in space, surrounded by hundreds of satellites broadcasting multitudes of information. It was hardly out of the question that we were picking up a stray signal. And yet, my gut told me it was something more. I got up out of my seat, floating across the corridor until I reached the locker for our spacesuits. The static grew louder when I reached for my helmet, so I knew which one of our radios needed a tune-up. I picked up the helmet and reached inside for the radio, and then stopped. Hello? There was a voice coming out of the receiver. It startled me so much I nearly yelped out loud, and I banged my head hard against the metal grill just a few inches behind me. Ah! Hello? Is someone there? I froze, still rubbing the back of my skull. What the hell was going on? We weren't due a check-in with Mission Control for another 2 days. Despite my concerns, I lifted up the radio and pressed it to my ear, and made the biggest mistake of my life. Hello, this is Michael Stanton of the Rising Dawn. Do you read me? Over. The voice came back almost immediately. It sounded frantic and breathless, and almost immediately, I felt ill at ease. Thank God, I don't know how much longer I can last out here. If you hadn't come along... My heart started to race, hammering against my chest. What's going on? Where are you communicating from? Over? I'm right outside your ship, Stanton. Can you open the hatch door and let me in? I think for a moment there, my blood actually ran cold. There was no way anybody could be out there. There was no other human beings for hundreds of thousands of miles. We were alone up here, me and Robert. That had been the point. The voice became anxious when I didn't reply. What are you waiting for, Stanton? Open the damn hatch and let me in. My mouth felt drier than sandpaper. My tongue was bloated, heavy like a wad of butter. No words would come. Stanton, come on. Are you just going to leave me out here? I found the strength to flick off the radio, letting it slip from between my fingers and drift through the air. I watched it go, relieved to be away from it. My chest was still pounding, and now I felt my fingers starting to quiver. I wanted to throw up, but nothing would come. The body gets used to harsh conditions. It just didn't know how to prepare for this. I pulled myself against the wall whilst I tried to catch my breath. I shut my eyes, trying to escape the endless blackness surrounding me, only to find another waiting for me beneath my eyelids. Then, when I thought it couldn't possibly get worse, I heard it. Let me in! The voice wasn't like before. It sounded demonic. No longer humanoid at all, but deep, guttural, and fierce. The radio continued to float away, silent as the space that enveloped both of us. The voice was coming through the walls, from outside the ship. Let me in! I could hear it breathing. It was raspy, heavy, and animalistic, somewhat akin to what I imagine a horned demon must sound like when it breathes. It scrabbled against the body of the ship outside, scratching as though pouring for a way inside. For a couple of merciful moments, it went silent. Then, the cabin was filled with a cacophony of metallic drumming as whatever was outside started to smash the side of the ship with whatever equivalent to hands it possessed. The sound was relentless, drowning out any and all thoughts that might have been running through my head. I pushed away from the wall and over to the opposite side, desperate to be away from the source of the banging. It cut out, suddenly, leaving the cabin with only my whimpering audible. But, after a couple of seconds, it started up again on that side too. That awful, harrowing scream continued. "Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!" I must have blacked out some point under the sheer duress of the whole thing, because my next memory was Robert slapping my face. Night had come and gone, and the cabin was silent once more. However, he had slept through the whole thing. I was incredulous. For a bit, I believed I must have imagined the whole experience. But then we found my radio was missing from my helmet, and the reality of the whole nightmarish ordeal started to sink in. Nobody believed me. They all told me what I was describing was impossible. Sounds like the ones I was hearing couldn't possibly travel in a vacuum. Robert, for all the depth of friendship we had achieved whilst holed up together for 2 years, thought I was nuts. Well, screw him. Because everything that happened to me was real. Absolutely real. Even now, a whole 20 years after I came back home, the memories are more vivid than ever. No amount of forced therapy or visits with gangly, patronizing psychiatrists will ever free me from them. They are a part of me now. But it's okay. Because you believe me, don't you? The supernaturally inclined, the believers. Here, in the 21st century, we are all so accepting of one another. There's always an ear willing to receive. So that's why I'm telling this. The story of Rising Dawn, and the thing that tried to attack us. The thing that was alive in the vacuous cold of space without protection. The thing that's still up there. Somewhere. I'm sure we've all heard of Disney, right? That adorable mouse and all the other lovable characters. Well, when I was a child, my favourite was Pinocchio. He had always appealed to me. The simple fact of him wanting to be a boy was charming and yet strangely unsettling. I mean, what would he do to become a boy? I also found his growing nose amusing. Apologies, my name is Brian, and I used to live in a little town in Oklahoma that was known as Vieilleville, which is French for Old Town. I used to live near some people who loved Disney. And I mean they loved it. So much so that their car had Mickey ears. They seemed like nice people. I didn't get to talk to them much, but from what I heard from other people, they were strange. All they talked about was Disney. I even heard of a guy who threw them out. He actually died a few days later. The police found him dead on the floor with white goop surrounding him. Nothing else was found. Just him and that strange white goop. As any murder story in a little town, it popped up on the news as, well, breaking news. Typically, I believe what's on the news. But this time, my brain had a different idea. It told me that all of what they were saying was crap. I didn't know who or what killed him, but the main thing I had to question was the goop. Who would spread goop over a corpse, and what was it? I did get scared, and I couldn't sleep for several nights. Well, they left that house a few months back. I don't know why, they just left. No rhyme, no reason. It was actually very strange. They left after the murder took place, but after they left, no one could find them, so the police couldn't ask questions or anything. Typically at this point, I give you my thoughts and everything, but this isn't a murder mystery. This is about a rather strange encounter I had at that home. Why I went there will be explained, so keep listening. Well, I heard that in that house, they left a few treasures. One of those being a rather large Pinocchio doll. Of course, hearing this, my child sparked up inside me, and I wanted that thing so bad. I thought it would be bad to go in there and steal, but then I heard of two guys that went in there and got items and actually sold them for some good money. That really sparked something inside me, and I began to think and think. If they could go in there, so could I. It may seem that I wanted to sell the doll for money, but no, I wanted it for myself. I have no kids, in case you're wondering. I bounced back on the idea for a few days. One day, I thought I would go in there, but then my angel side said no. But after 4 days of haggling with my own mind, I couldn't help it any longer. I felt something wash over me. Yeah, I felt agreed and eventually decided to go in there. I took the next opportunity I got, which happened to be 5 days after I heard of the other two guys. It seemed to all fall in place perfectly. The day after I decide to go there, I get my opportunity. Was this destiny? Nah, just my mind going on. It was a rather normal day. I didn't seem to have anything special to do, so I saw the opportunity and took it while I had the chance. My days seemed to stay on a schedule, but that's another story. I brought 3 things: a bag, a camera, and a flashlight. I knew it would be dark, so I got the flashlight. The bag was for whatever I would take that needed to be stored somewhere, and the camera was so I could show my friends, so they wouldn't think I was a lying rat. After I got it all ready, well, I was ready to go on this little adventure. Then it came. The night was upon me. It had come much faster than I expected. It had only taken me about 10 minutes to get everything ready. I made sure of my surroundings, and then I set off. Like I said, I didn't live very far away. Maybe like a block? I mean, if I were to stand on a very high thing, then I would be able to see the house. Anyway, as I walked there, I seemed to be having flashbacks of the guy who died. I felt something uneasy in the air, and that uneasiness only seemed to rise as I grew closer to that old, rotting place. I didn't know what to expect out of the house. A rotting piece of trash? Yeah, I expected that too. I seemed to get to the house much faster than I thought I would. I was hoping it would take longer. I didn't know if I would be able to do it. It wasn't huge. It was only 1 story tall, and had what appeared to be maybe 5 rooms. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. It still looked horrible, but not the kind of condition you'd expect from an old home. Meanwhile, I stepped inside. It was dark, so instinctively, I turned on my flashlight. As soon as I flicked it on, something seemed to move. I looked around, and there was nothing unusual. I just shrugged and let my eyes wander the room, curious to see what was in there. This room had brown walls made of wood that seemed to be decaying every waking moment. The couches, which there were only two, were white and very dusty. I hit one of the cushions to see how much dust would kick up. Knowing my luck, a lot of dust did. It got caught in my eyes and made me cough. I couldn't see anything with the dust in my eyes, which made my brain, of course, flash images of the dead guy. I seemed to forget about the dust and my eyes shot open. Nothing too odd here. Then, my ears seemed to pick up a sound. It was low, so I had to be very quiet to hear it. It sounded like coughing, which I thought was odd, considering I had just coughed. The rest of the room wasn't much to speak of, with the exceptions of the items within the room itself. The items were very odd. There were the normal things, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Goofy, etc. But there was a certain thing that I saw that made me want to run. It was a shelf, but on that shelf were some heads. No, not human heads. Disney heads. Goofies, Mickeys, and Donalds. It was unsettling. Not enough to make me vomit, but still, my stomach began to feel uneasy. There seemed to be some sort of white substance dripping from them. Then, he popped into my head. The dead man. He had been found with white goop around him. That's when my stomach really lurched. My brain was basically yelling at me to leave. But, for whatever reason, I had to go on. I swear, I saw one of those eyes move. Maybe it was the paranoia getting to me, but I don't think it was. Despite my best instincts telling me to get out now, I continued on into the house. I ventured further into the house and into the kitchen. There were smashed plates and glasses on the ground, and there were some cobwebs. I thought it was odd. The houses like this typically have cobwebs and dust, and they've only been abandoned for a few months. What was even weirder was the center of the room. There was a fairly large wood table in the center. There was a torn tablecloth, Disney themed of course. The tablecloth was worn, but the table seemed untouched. What was weird about the tablecloth, aside from the rips and tears, was that every one of the Disney characters on the cloth had some sort of deformity. Like Mickey had no ears, Goofy didn't have his little black nose, and Donald was missing a leg. Realizing I had the camera, I snapped a picture. That camera flash was creepy in the dark. It really lit up the characters' deformities, which was not good for my stomach. It was weird. I seriously thought I was going to puke right then and there, but I didn't. I thought my mental state was going to deplete faster, but no. My brain seemed to be giving me mixed signals. At one moment, it wanted me to get out as fast as my legs would carry me. Then, it would want me to go further for the sake of my own sick curiosity. This brain of mine is too weird to understand. I guess my brain wanted to get back at me for coming here, because I felt as if something was behind me. I didn't turn around immediately, as I was fearful as what I would see. I thought I was going to die. My heart began to pound. I began to perspire like a flipping waterfall. I slowly turned around, shocked by what my eyes were met with. Nothing. Nothing was behind me except dead air space. I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. I threw some light where I was looking, just to make sure that nothing was there. and sure enough, there was nothing. I had to shake my head and stay there for a second before I carried on. I then went back to the living room and took a right. I scanned the hallway, which seemed to be in the worst state. The paint was peeling, the ceilings dripped down at one point, and it seemed like the whole roof would collapse at any second. Then, my eyes seemed to twitch towards something. I saw a bedroom. I shone my flashlight into it, and it seemed untouched. The bed was intact. The walls were still gorgeously painted with a light blue. It looked as if it belonged to a young boy. It was that moment that my brain remembered why we were here. To get the doll. Knowing that my treasure could be in there, I shone my light around. No immediate threats, so I decided to go in. And in there was the one item I wanted. That Pinocchio doll. I quickly walked over to it and put the light on it. The first thing that caught my eye were his eyes. They seemed to be more realistic than more dolls' eyes were. It was odd, for lack of a better word. It had white goop dripping from its nose and eyes, much like the heads I had just seen. My brain then connected something. The man who died and this goop. Were they somehow related? First the man, then the heads, and now this. It wasn't blood, that's for sure. What was this foreign substance? I decided to be stupid though, and put some on my finger. I lifted it to my nose and smelled it. It was awful. My nose wrinkled up and my eyes watered. It smelled like sewage. Why in the world would have gotten into this doll to make it smell like that? I didn't want to be here any longer. I'd had enough of this. I just wanted to get the doll and go home. I decided that I would clean it at home. I gathered it up, put it into the bag. It was a little heavier than I imagined, but nothing I couldn't handle. I had gotten what I came for, the doll. My spirits seemed to lighten a little bit. I walked out of the bedroom. I thought that all this crazy paranoia stuff would stop. Until, that is, I saw one of the heads twitch. Wait, what? That was my first thought. Why was this head twitching? I had to stop and just stare, and the head seemed to be fine with that. It kept on twitching, getting more and more violent. More of that white goop coming out of it. It went all over the room. Some of it hit me in the face and, of course, I repulsed back. What the hell is happening? I'd finally snapped. I couldn't take this anymore. Then, my bag rustled. I turned to be met with a hand popping out of my bag. I tore my bag off and dropped it on the floor. My heart began to pound like a drum. The doll crawled out of the bag and looked at me. Its eyes fixed on my body and the white goop dripping out of its mouth and eyes. "Welcome to the house of Disney," it said in that sweet, innocent Pinocchio voice. I began to walk back. The doll didn't follow. It just stood there and said, "Welcome to the house of Disney." It said it repeatedly. Fear was raising inside me until I had to run. My legs would carry me. The doll muttered one last thing before I turned and ran. "Welcome to the house of hell." I darted out of that place with plans to never return. What had just happened? Is that doll possessed? It didn't take me long until I got back to my home. I ran inside and slammed the door. Then, I collapsed on the floor, trying to calm myself. I had to contemplate what the hell had just happened to me. Was this some sick prank? Or was it something more? I realized something. My camera. I still had it. I sat up quickly and looked at it. I went to the album to see the pictures I took. But on there was a picture I hadn't taken. Remember that man I mentioned? There was a picture of that doll strangling him. The white goop was oozing out of the doll's eyes and mouth. It was also seeping out of the doll's hands, and it covered the guy. I stared at the camera for what seemed like forever. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, or what took that picture. I definitely didn't take it. I threw that camera away as hard as I could. It smashed on the wall. I didn't care if I would be called a liar. I didn't want anything to do with that doll. I didn't want anything to do with that house. I got up and sat on my couch. I had to relax my brain. It was thrashing violently. And you know what? I felt something drip on me. I looked at my shoulder to be greeted by white goop. I never did figure out what had caused that goop. But remember how I said I used to live there? Yeah, that's the reason I moved. I was scared. I had to flee, and flee fast. Now that I sit in my home, recording this, I realize now why they might have moved. I was always afraid of the lunch lady when I was a kid. I don't know why. Maybe it was the toxic stench of her breath, or the dead look in her eyes, or the unkempt hairs dangling off her chin. No matter what the reason was, my palms grew sweaty and my heart pounded every time I passed her in the lunch line. I never felt quite at ease until I left the cafeteria, and even then, I was still worried I would catch sight of her in the hallway between classes. One day, I got into a fight with another kid named Jeremy, and we both received detention. It was his fault, really. I'd been passing him in the hall when he quickly stuck out his foot in front of mine and sent me sprawling to the ground, all my books flying through the air. Samantha, the girl I had a crush on, happened to be standing in the hallway when it happened, and she joined everyone else in laughing and pointing at me. My rage got the best of me, and Jeremy and I were soon throwing punches at each other. After the teachers broke up our fistfight, we were sent to the principal's office. Long story short, I would be spending my Saturday at school filling out worksheets instead of playing video games with my friends. Saturday came, and my mother, rather unpleased to be up so early, dropped me off outside the school doors at 8 in the morning. I walked in and found my way to room 126, where detention was always held. Jeremy was already there, sitting at a desk, along with 2 other kids. One of them was Nick, the dumb ape who was the quarterback of our football team. The other was a quiet girl in classes. I found myself a seat at a comfortable distance from everyone else. No one spoke a word. The only sound in the room was the deafening ticking of the clock. I quickly grew bored after a few minutes, so I spun around in my chair and faced Jeremy. "Do you know who's running detention today?" "Kowalski, I think." "Mrs. Kowalski?" I repeated, gulping. But Jeremy didn't have to affirm it. Immediately, the all too familiar odour of her breath filled my nostrils, and the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. I slowly turned around, and in walked the lunch lady, with a pile of worksheets under her arm. "Now you turds listen," she commanded in a thick accent. "I really didn't want to be here today, and I don't want any trouble. I'm going to pass out these worksheets, and you all aren't going to make a peep, understand?" We all nodded our heads. "Good. The first moment something goes wrong, one of you is going in the oven." Then she laughed heartedly and left us alone in the room. I shuddered as I tried to shake off the image of her hairy chin and her flabby arms. We all sat silently in the room for about 45 minutes, filling out our worksheets. The lunch lady still hadn't returned by that time, so we then took the risk of chatting quietly. "That lunch lady must be the ugliest living thing I've ever seen," Jeremy chuckled. "I bet she's so hairy, when you take off her pants you can't tell whether she's a man or a woman," Nick replied, snorting. No one laughed. "She hasn't even come back once to check on us," Jeremy continued. "I bet she just went home as soon as she left the room. Come on, we should see if we can sneak out." He had just stood up from his desk when we all heard the sound of grinding metal and hissing steam coming from somewhere in the building. Everyone froze. I had easily recognized the sound. "That came from the cafeteria," I said. "Someone is starting up the ovens." "Why the hell would someone turn on the ovens?" Nick asked. "It must be Kowalski," Jeremy said. "Maybe she got hungry. Maybe she's getting the ovens ready so she can cook one of us up." "And you'd be the first she'd throw in," I replied, playing along. But in reality, I was rather unnerved. Why would she start up the ovens right now? Surely she could have just packed a lunch. Maybe she actually enjoyed eating the greasy shrimp and cardboard pizza she always served for lunch. We tried to go back to our work, but at this point, it was impossible to try and concentrate again, even for the quiet girl. We finally decided that we should send one person outside the room to check if the coast was clear. Jeremy tore up one of the worksheets into 4 pieces and then wrote one of our names on each. Then he shuffled the names in his hand and turned to Nick. "Pick one." Nick took one of the pieces from Jeremy's hand and flipped it over. "Ashley," he read. The quiet girl's face froze over with fear. "Oh, come on, guys, don't make her do it," I said. "Then you go," Jeremy replied. "No way," I answered. "It was your idea. You should go." "Shut up already, you pussies," Nick interrupted. "I'll go." He left the room and disappeared down the hall, and we all gathered at the doorway, waiting for him to return. A few silent minutes passed. The suspense grew unbearable. I was about to tell the others that we should go back in the room when Nick reappeared at the end of the hallway. He glanced over his shoulder and motioned for us to come to him. I quietly shut the door, and we all tiptoed down the hallway, looking all about us. We finally reached Nick. "I circled this whole part of the building," he whispered to us. "She's nowhere in sight. If we're quiet, I think we can make it to the front door without being noticed." "Let's do it," said Jeremy. He took the lead, and the rest of us followed. We slowly made our way through the building, staying close to the walls and listening closely for approaching footsteps. The noise of the kitchen equipment was still traveling through the halls. We finally reached the front doors. "Let's get out of here," Jeremy said. He pulled the door handle. The door wouldn't budge more than half an inch. He kept pulling on all the doors, but they were stuck. "What the hell?" "It's chained," whispered Ashley. Let me try. Nick stepped up and grabbed the door handle, wrenching it back and forth furiously until the noise filled the hallway. You idiot! I cried through clenched teeth, dragging the oaf away from the door. What do you think you're doing? We all paused in silence, listening to see if she was coming. Surely enough, after a few moments, we could faintly hear her footsteps coming down the hall. She was approaching swiftly. Run! I cried, and we all took off in different directions. Nick and the quiet girl headed left, while Jeremy and I went right. As we turned around the corner, we could hear Ashley scream and the lunch lady shout, I've got you! We didn't even bother to look back. This way, Jeremy called to me. I followed him as he turned down a smaller hallway and then came to a classroom. We can hide in here. We dashed inside the classroom and looked around frantically for hiding places. Jeremy dove under the teacher's desk, while I took my chances behind the cabinet in the corner. Then, we waited in silence. For a few minutes, we didn't hear anything but the pounding of our own hearts. Still, we thought it best to wait it out a little longer. After a little while, we heard someone coming down the hallway. At first, we could only hear a faint mumbling, too quiet to distinguish. We froze. The voice drew closer. Jeremy? Adam? Guys, where are you? Jeremy? Jeremy got up from under the desk and opened the door. Nick, get in here. Nick hurried inside and Jeremy locked the door. Then we all crouched down behind the teacher's desk. Guys, you won't believe it, Nick whispered, catching his breath. I saw her get Ashley. She grabbed her by the arm and she tried to run, but then she hit her over the head with a wrench and was dragging her body down the hallway and... Keep it down, I hissed. You said what? She knocked her out or killed her. I don't know, but she was dragging her body down the hallway towards the cafeteria, and the blood was all over the floor. And then I came to find you guys. You're saying Kowalski hit the girl over the head and then dragged her to the cafeteria? That's exactly what happened. I was lucky she didn't see me too. We need to get out of here, now. We need to get to a room with windows, I said. We can break out. Forget it, Jeremy interrupted. I've seen guys try to break through glass like this, and unless one of you guys has a sledgehammer, we're not going anywhere. There's only one other way out of this school, and that's through the back doors. But that's next to the cafeteria, I said, completing Nick's sentence. It's the only chance we've got, said Jeremy. We can do it, if we're quiet. Then let's go, I replied. No time to lose. We opened the door and looked up and down the hallway. Follow me, whispered Jeremy. We crept down the hall, making our way toward the cafeteria. We were about halfway there when Mrs. Kowalski's voice came resounding through the building over the intercom. Hello there. Her accent was even more obvious, coming out of the speaker. I see you have left your room. That's unfortunate. However, I promise that there will be no consequences if you simply return to room 126. Ashley is waiting for you there. Ashley? We have to help her, Nick cried. Forget it. She's dead, said Jeremy. We need to get out of here. You didn't see what I saw, said Nick. This woman is insane. We have to save her. Nick bolted down the hallway. "Nick, what are you doing?" I shouted. I tried to run after him, but Jeremy held me back. "No, Adam, let him go. We need to leave, now." "What an idiot," I muttered as we dashed through the halls. Within a minute, we heard Nick give out a spine-tingling scream. I felt sick to my stomach. "Hurry!" shouted Jeremy. "We're almost there." We blitzed through the halls. I grew nauseous, and it was becoming hard to maintain my balance. The hallway started spinning in front of me. "Come on, we're almost there!" I pushed on, wanting to vomit with each step I took. Then we turned the corner, and there it was, the back entrance. "We made it!" cried Jeremy. "Let's get out of here!" We were going so fast we nearly ran right into the doors. I was about to hurl. Jeremy pulled on the door handles. Oh God, no, no! They were chained. We were trapped. I collapsed on the floor, exhausted. "No, no, God, no!" Jeremy screamed as he continued to yank back and forth on the door handles. Meanwhile, I laid on the cold floor, looking down the hallway. The cool linoleum felt good against my burning cheeks. My stomach was still churning. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a pair of black boots appear at the end of the hallway. I looked up. She had arrived. Jeremy was now wildly throwing himself against the door. The lunch lady slowly approached, step by step, yielding a bloody wrench in her hand. It was too late. It was all over. I closed my eyes as the lunch lady passed over me and brought down a wrench upon Jeremy's head. He cried out in pain. She hit him again. His blood spewed all over the walls and ran down to the floor. She kept hitting him over and over again. I vomited. Then, everything went black. I opened my eyes. The brightness of the fluorescent lights made it hard to see at first. After minutes, my eyes adjusted, and I saw that I was in the middle of the cafeteria. I looked down. I was tied to a chair. I squirmed for a few seconds, but the rope was strong and I could hardly move at all. Sighing, I gave up and examined my surroundings. No one else was in sight. The chairs and tables were set out in the usual fashion. I could hear the kitchen equipment still running in the back. "Awake, eh?" a voice called out. I bent my head back and saw out of the corner of my eye that the lunch lady was preparing a meal in the open kitchen. "Give me another minute. Lunch is almost ready." I squirmed around a little more, but the ropes were as tight as ever. I then sat still, patiently waiting. After a minute or two, the lunch lady came out. She was carrying a plate covered with a napkin. "Did you have a nice nap?" she asked me with that disgusting accent. I remained silent. She set the plate on a nearby table. "You know, I could have killed you too, but out of the goodness of my heart, I decided to spare you. On top of that, I even cooked you a delicious meal." I remained silent. "So what? I get no thank you? Is that how I'm treated for feeding you? Is this how I'm repaid for sweating away in a hot, dirty kitchen all day?" She paused. "You know, I've worked this job for 19 years, and you turds are all the same. You come in line, you take your food, You walk away, and no thank you. You say, "Ew, she's smelly and weird." Forget that she cooks us delicious lunch. Well, that is over now. No more. I remained silent. The lunch lady came behind me and pushed my chair to the table, right where the plate sat. I did not want to see what was on the plate. She unbound my arms so that I could only move them from the elbow up. Then, she set a fork on the table next to the plate. "I have made you a delicious lunch. You will eat now." She pulled off the napkin, and I gagged. I had to turn away. Sitting in the middle of the plate was an enormous sausage, surrounded by cooked fingers, toes, eyes, and ears. "You eat," she commanded. No, I can't do it." I was growing sick again. "You eat or I hit," she said to me, holding up the wrench. I looked at the plate again, and I nearly vomited. I can't do it. I can't do it." She brought the wrench right down upon my head. I screamed in agony. "Eat," she commanded. I picked up the fork, my head pounding with pain. Tears ran down my face as I cut off a bit of the sausage and stuffed it in my mouth. I chewed it up and swallowed it down. "Good. Finish it all." I shook my head, sobbing. She brought down the wrench on my head again. I cried out in pain. "Eat!" she shouted. I took another bite, and another, blinded by my own tears. Whenever I paused, she would raise the wrench again, and I would keep eating. It took all my strength to keep it down in my stomach. When I finally had swallowed down the last bite, she took the plate. "Very good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now that you have had your lunch, I will have mine." I looked upward as she raised the wrench in the air one last time, and I closed my eyes. I was a nurse, fresh out of my program and eager to start working. After applying to many different hospitals, I was accepted by a prestigious private hospital specializing in obstetrics and prenatal care. The hospital was famous for its surrogacy programs and had a global reputation of delivering the healthiest and genetically superior babies. I was of course excited and couldn't wait to see my new hospital and meet my new co-workers. I arrived at the famous Blessed Wing Hospital at 9 a.m. sharp. I was greeted by several upbeat and cheery nurses and doctors, and my attending was just as wonderful. It didn't take long for me to make friends and fit right in with the routine. I was, of course, restricted from full access to the hospital, seeing as I was new and needed to earn my privileges. The only thing that struck me as odd was the fact that I never saw any patients coming into the hospital or leaving. What I did see were many happy couples arriving to adopt their newborns. I never saw the surrogates, before or even after delivery. My job was to tend to the many newborns and ensure that each baby was taken home by their proper parents. It was a very fulfilling job to work with such small, innocent bundles of life. Each baby was perfectly healthy, and no two babies looked alike. It was as if each baby had been custom designed before birth. I only had one problem with working at the hospital. When I was outside the nursery and waiting room, I could hear loud, painful screams of the woman in labour. The doctors and nurses did their best to ease the delivering woman, but the screams continued. Stranger still, the screams seemed less like screams of pain, and more like screams of terror. I had learned to tune out the screams and focus on the miracle that followed. That is, until I heard one woman screaming something I will never forget. "Why are you doing this to me? Please, I want to leave." After a few months of working, I felt confident enough to start asking about the oddly absent patients. My questions were met with silence and stern looks from both the doctors and the nurses. Finally, my attending pulled me aside and told me to stop asking questions and just do my job. There was nothing to worry about. The screams of pain and terror continued to ring out through the hallways of the hospital. I found solace in the nursery where I could tend to the newborns. But the screams would always follow me as I walked through the halls. My first year passed with no incident, and I was no longer on restricted access. I could freely roam throughout the entire hospital, but there was no reason for me to wander beyond the nursery or doctor's lounge. My curiosity, however, got the better of me. Shortly after my 1-year anniversary, I was wandering the halls when I heard the screaming of another woman in labour. But what caught my attention was, this was the same woman I heard pleading with the doctors shortly after I started working. She was delivering a second baby in less than 2 years. This was very risky, and as a professional surrogate, she would know better than to do this. Again, I heard her screaming in fear and begging the doctors to let her go. I didn't understand. Let her go? Was she being hospitalized against her will? I waited 2 more weeks before I finally had the nerve to check out the back rooms of the hospital. I was on the night shift, and with little activity, it was easy for me to slip by unnoticed. I found myself walking down a long hallway with signs pointing in the direction of the numerous delivery rooms, as well as a second doctor's lounge. It was then I heard a woman cry out in pain. I had come to recognize that cry of pain as a woman deep in labor. The odd thing is that her cry came from behind a door labeled incubators. I didn't see anyone else in the maternity wing or exiting the delivery rooms, so I went into the room to check on her. I wish I hadn't. When I opened the door, what I saw sent a wave of nausea that I can still taste to this day. The large room had 24 beds, each bed holding a woman in different stages of pregnancies. The women were all young and of various races, and each woman had both of their arms and both of their legs amputated. The women were helpless and alone. Tubes and IVs containing nutrients and fluids snaked across the woman's mutilated bodies as the only means to keep them alive. One blonde woman, her belly absolutely massive in comparison to her mangled body, spotted me and begged me to help her. "Please, you have to get us out of here." I couldn't speak. I couldn't even move. I just stared at them with my hand over my mouth. "Please," she cried out again. "They won't let us leave. They keep using us, using our bodies." I backed away from the sight, toward the door. The woman cried out to me, tears in her eyes. "We can't move. We can't escape. Please, you have to help us." Fear set in, and I bolted from the room. I returned to the nursery of the hospital and stared with fascination at the innocent newborns that laid before me. This couldn't be the result of a horrific experiment, could it? My shift came to an end, and I couldn't get out of the hospital fast enough. As soon as I pulled into my front driveway, I threw up on the grass and began weeping for the poor women I had abandoned. I didn't sleep that night. I kept hearing the cries of pain and the pleading for their freedom. 2 days later, I returned to the hospital and began my shift. I walked into the nursery, and my eye was immediately drawn to a newborn with blonde hair. The same hair of the woman who had begged for my help. And I knew what I saw was true. I lied to my attending and said I was going home early because I was feeling ill. As soon as I was in the safety of my home, I called the police and told them what I had seen. The police arrived at the hospital and found the same gruesome sight that I had found. The women were taken to a new hospital, and my hospital had been shut down. I breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the story to break in the news. But no story aired. There was no mention of the human incubators that had been freed from the hospital. In fact, there was no record of the women arriving at the new hospital for proper care. I wake up. It's bright in here. Extremely bright. What is this place? A prison? A hospital? There are 4 solid walls, a stiff cot, and a small vent. Is there a door? I don't see a door. Where the hell am I? How did I get here? Think. What happened? Remember what happened. Where was I last night? Where did I fall asleep? I can't think. I can't think of anything. Is this some messed up experiment? I can't think. I can't even think of my damn name. Who am I? Wait. Look around, you idiot. Solid walls, locked in a room. I'm in an insane asylum. That's it. I'm nuts. I was nuts, at least. I'm with it now. Am I cured? Can I leave? I stand up. I check in with myself. I'm nude. I'm extremely clean, though, just like the rest of this room. Everything around me is white and spotless. It's so damn bright in here. Hello? Is anyone here? I need help! I shout. There is no response. Someone, please! I begin to walk around, feeling the walls. Where is the door? There has to be a door here. What the hell? There has to be a door. There's nothing. Smooth, seamless walls. I look under the cot to see if there is anything else in this room. I'm unsurprised that there's nothing down there. Am I in an insane asylum? This seems too surreal. What the hell am I? Why can't I even remember my own name? Hey, you're finally up, are you? I hear an old man's voice coming from the vent. I run over, extremely excited. Yes, what's going on? Who are you? What is all of this? I yell, enthusiastically. I look into the vent to see nothing but darkness. You don't remember any of this, do you? He asks me. No, I don't remember anything from before waking up just now. That's okay, he says with a hint of a chuckle in his voice. I think that you will do great. What? I'm so tired of this feeling of being so lost. I want to understand. Please, I beg. What is happening? Who are you? Who am I? I hear only silence. Tell me! I scream. It echoes through the vent, and I'm answered with nothing. Hours pass. I'm left alone with my thoughts. I try so hard to reach the corners of my mind and figure out who the hell I am. This is all so alien to me. I don't know why, because I don't have any memories of my life to compare it to. But I know that I want out of here. I have to get out of here. I walk along the walls, feeling every single inch for a sign of an exit. There has to be something. It isn't like this place was built around me. Why can't I find anything? Hours and hours go by, with nothing. I scream for help until my throat is sore. But there's no point. If anyone's listening, if that man is still out there, he's not going to answer. Finally, exhausted, I lie back down. When I awake, there is food here. A tray with bread, rice, and a piece of steak sits in the corner. There is a glass of water with it. I'm extremely hungry, so I have no hesitation as I walk over and dig in. It's delicious. I'm so happy. After it's all gone, I finally come to my senses and begin to once again ponder on where I am. I go over to the vent and yell, "Hello? Hello!" I hear back in a cheerful tone. "Who are you?" I ask. "Did you enjoy your food?" is the response I get. I'm in no mood for games. I want answers. Where am I? Let me out of here! You will get out soon. We have to make sure that you are healthy. The hell? Am I just some experiment? I'm healthy enough. I want answers. I want to know where I am. Most importantly, I want to be free. Let me out now, you asshole! I want out of here! The voice has gone again. I scream at him more, but it's useless. I'm alone. As the hours pass, I go through my routine of checking for a way out. I, of course, find none. Eventually, I feel the need to use the bathroom, but there is nowhere to go. I yell this out loud, but get nothing in response. I'm too proud to just go in the corner. That's degrading. I won't let them see me like that. If they can even see me. Something tells me they can. I have a feeling they're always watching me. Eventually, I lie back down and cry. I yell and scream and cry until I completely exhaust myself into sleep. Something weird happens then. I dream. In my mind, I am flying. There are trees and rivers and sunlight, and it's all so strange. I can feel a weird sensation in my stomach and mouth. It hurts a little. I wake up back in my prison. I feel a little pain in my stomach. I rub it with my hand and feel something weird. When I look down, there is a protruded scar there. What the hell is this? I feel the same thing in my cheek. I'm shocked, but mostly, I'm annoyed. They're playing with me. They wait until I sleep and start their games. I look at the walls and scream. I want out of this. Are you okay? I hear the familiar voice ask. You hurt me, you asshole. You cut me open. What did you do to me? I hit the vent as hard as I can. I'll break it. I'll break my way into wherever this man is and make him give me some answers. I hit it and hit it over and over. My hand hurts badly. I think I've broken it. I don't care. I just keep pounding and screaming. Please calm down. I'm sorry that you're hurt. I'll make it better soon. Are you lonely? I refuse to answer. I'll ignore him, just like he ignores me. Screw him. He doesn't seem to care if I respond or not. He doesn't care about me. Nobody does. I'm an animal. I'm an experiment. I'm a toy. Please don't worry. Things are about to get much better, I promise. With that, he is gone. I sit in my hard little bed, looking at my hand. It hurts so bad that I can't even start to move a finger without intense pain shooting up my arm. The bones are all going in random directions, making it barely recognizable as a human hand. It's now that I realized just how messed up this is. What did I do to myself? That vent isn't going to move or break, no matter what I do. Nothing is going to move or break. I'm stuck. That's all there is to it. I'm stuck, and I'm not going anywhere. As my mind starts to wander, I finally come to a strange realization. I don't have to go anymore. When I went to sleep, I had to use the bathroom badly. But now, that feeling is completely gone. Did they cut me open to take out my crap? Why the hell would they do that? What is going on here? I tried to play it out in my mind for hours. Tried to think of any possible scenario where any of this would make sense. I think of all kinds of things, but nothing seems to be it for me. This is just random madness, and there is no way for me to understand it. So, I give up. I just accept it. That's all I can do. And time passes. I don't know how long. I wake up, I yell, I scream, I cry. There is food for me, and I eat. The voice speaks every now and then, telling me some cryptic nonsense that I don't even care to try to understand. Then, I sleep. I dream sometimes, but not always. Sometimes they're bad dreams. Sometimes I dream that the walls close in smaller and smaller until there is no room left, and I get crushed. My bones break and my lungs collapse, and I feel it all, slowly. I'm terrified. I'm mad. I want to get out. I will get out. I awake to find more pain in my body. There is a new scar on my chest, along my rib cage, and another on my head. The scars are part of my everyday life for me now. Nothing new about that. These seem a bit bigger than usual though, and hurt a lot more. This is not, by far, the most unusual thing about this day though. I look across the room, and I can't believe what I am seeing. There is a girl here. A girl. She looks about 17, is lying on the floor asleep on the other side of the room, completely nude. She's beautiful. I'm filled with such joy. I don't know what they have in mind, but I don't care. There is another person here. Someone to touch, to look at. Someone that I know is real. Someone that might be able to help me get out of here. I'm too excited. My mind is racing. Where did she come from? What should I do? I jump up and walk over to her. I touch her shoulder and begin to talk to her. Hey, hello, wake up. Her eyes blink open and she focuses on me. She's terrified. I don't know what she's been through, but she doesn't share my enthusiasm for being with another human. She screams and cowers in the corner of the room. I tried to calm her down, but she won't have it. Please no, I'm not going to hurt you, I say as calmly as I can. I'm on your side. I'm with you. Please calm down. Trust me. Are you okay? Do you know where we are? She just stays curled up in the corner. Listen, I've been here for so long. I don't know what this place is. Do you know anything about any of this? Do you know who's keeping us here? Are there others where you came from? Do you know your name? She only responds with a quiet and panicked sob. We're in this together. We're together here. You don't need to worry. We'll be okay. We'll figure this out. We'll get out of here, okay? We'll get out of here. My words mean nothing. I realize that she may need some time to get a grip on reality, so I go over to the vent and give her time to calm down. She will be okay, I hear come from down within the vent. She just needs time to get used to this. I have to agree. Whoever this person is, he's calling the shots. I discovered a long time ago there's no use trying to argue or persuade him. I just look into the darkness in the vent and say nothing. Eventually, after hours of crying, she calms down. I sit down with her and try to ask her some questions. She never responds, and in fact, doesn't actually comprehend what I'm saying. I feel like the sound of my voice soothes her a bit though, so I keep talking. I tell her about my experience here, starting from when I first woke up. I try to relay every detail I can think of about my time in this prison. Eventually, she hugs up to me, and I feel amazing. The warm, soft skin of her new body, hugged up against me, is different than anything I've ever experienced in this hard, cold room. I run my fingers through her hair and she moans softly. We sit there on the floor together for hours. I know now that she understands. It's me and her against whatever this is. Whatever happens, we're in this together. Despite this completely messed up situation, I feel a lot better now. Days continue to pass. The scars start to fade and no new ones appear. The food comes and now we've been given the luxury of having a place to use the bathroom. This girl and I have gotten very close. We've actually made love a number of times. She's my everything now. I swear if they try to take her away from me, I don't know what I'll do. We lie on the ground, kissing now. We just made love again and it was beautiful. She trusts me, and I her. I would never hurt her, and I would never let anyone else. I love you, I tell her as I kiss her hair. She smiles and repeats it back to me. I know that she understands its meaning. I can hear it in her voice. As she drifts to sleep, I promise myself that I'll get out of this room and take her with me. Then, it happens. I wake up, and she's gone. I knew it was only a matter of time. I just made myself believe it wouldn't happen. I cry, I scream, I go to the vent. What did you do to her? Give her back to me! I hit the vent and scream. Don't worry, says the voice I'm so accustomed to. She's okay, she's just in a new place. It's something we've been working on for quite a while. Would you like to see? I'm confused. I'm upset. I'm scared. There's no point in fighting. This is my master. He has control. He has my will. I wipe my tears and tell him yes. I beg him, in fact. I tell him I'll be good. I'll do anything he wants. I tell him I won't try to leave or hit the walls or do anything bad. Just please let me be with her. Please. Soon enough, he says back to me, almost mocking me with my words. Please, I scream. I cry, I beg. I can't do this without her. I know it. I will do anything to be with her. The voice leaves me alone again, and I want to die. I would do anything to kill myself and be done with all of this, but I can't leave her. She needs me, and I promised her I would never leave her. I cry and scream in the corner until I begin to cough up blood. Finally, I throw up and pass out from exhaustion. I wake up somewhere strange. Is this a dream? It must be. There are trees, there is grass, the beautiful sky is over me. I'm not in my prison. This can't be real, but it is. It really is. Wait, does this mean? I run everywhere looking for her. He promised me. She had to be here. I start to really take in my new home. I look around and realize that I'm still locked in. It's just much bigger. I see grand white fences surrounding the area, going up at least 20 feet. I'll worry about that when I'm with her again. Right now, I just have to find her. The trees are all so beautiful. Everything is so beautiful. I just need her. Finally, I hear her. She squeals with joy and runs to me. We embrace and cry as we kiss each other passionately. I'm happy. I'm so happy they let me be with her again. I'm whole now, and I can finally relax. After we both begin to calm, we decide to look around this new place. For hours, we wander the room from wall to wall. Whoever our captors are, they really went all out on this new place. There is a river that flows through the entirety of the vicinity. There is a great machine that runs up to the sky and over the top of the fence. When we approach it, we're offered food. All the food we could ever want. And it is all delicious. This is incredible. We sample as much as we can before we are completely filled. We are so happy together. But still, there's something that stops this new place from being freedom. Those damned walls. If we were ever going to get free and find out who we really are, where we really are, we have to get past those walls. So now, we just have to work on a plan. Days go by. We enjoy each other and our private paradise, all the while secretly trying to find any way at all to escape. The man from the vent never speaks to us here, but still, I know he's watching. They're always watching. I can feel it every second of the day. One day we happen upon something. She sees it and gets excited. "Look, look," she whispers to me. I'm proud of her language skills. Recently, she has really been picking up a lot from me. What we notice is a tree, just like any other. This one, however, is dangerously close to the wall and just tall enough so that one could climb it and jump over. It'd be a hell of a drop, but it would be worth it just to get to the bottom of all of this. This is it. I know it. This is our way out. We've got to be careful though. I tell her we need to wait, to pace ourselves. If we rush this without thinking, we could screw the entire thing up. She understands, I know, but she doesn't like it. I tell her to just hold off for a day or two, and we'll figure out the best way of doing this. I know that they're onto us. They're just waiting for us to make a move so they can punish us. They're going to separate us, put us back in that little room, or both. I can't let that happen. There's no way. Surely enough, that night, I finally hear from my old friend again. I'm awoken by his voice whispering to me. I look around but see nothing. The voice is everywhere, and it's nowhere. Is it in my head? Am I imagining it? I don't know anymore. I'm not willing to risk gambling if it's just my imagination, so I talk back. "What do you want? What have you done with us? Where are we?" He ignores all my questions. I'm not surprised at the least. He warns me. He knows about our plan. I knew they did. We have no secrets from our captors. They are everywhere, always watching. "Forget it," he tells me. "Just enjoy your new home." "Prison," I correct him. "This is a prison. All I've ever wanted since I woke up that day is the truth, and I've never gotten anything from you. You're sick. I've been here, captured for months, years. Just tell me who I am." The voice is gone. I walk around thinking about all of this. Today is the day. We're getting out of here. No matter what is over that fence, I know it has to be better than this. Freedom is over that fence. The sun rises, and I make my way back to her. I expect she should be waking up right now. When I get to where we sleep, I see that she's not there. She never runs away from me like that. Where is she? Oh no. She's already going. Did the voice come to her in the night too? I run for that tree. I know she's there. I know she is. When I finally get to it, I see that she's already halfway up. "Wait!" I yell. She looks back at me and smiles. She motions me to come up with her. I'm still scared, but I realize that I can't let myself be. I have to stand up to these people. These assholes. I go for it with everything I have. Together, the both of us quickly make our way up the tree. We go higher and higher, and finally, we are close to the top. She gets to the top branch and leans over the side of the wall. I look up at her face and see an expression of total, unbridled rapture. She has won. She knows it. Whatever she sees over there, she knows that it is her freedom. She smiles down at me, and I see the childlike curiosity in her eyes. Without being able to wait any longer, she reaches down, kisses me, and climbs over the wall. Damn it. I hear her claw at the top of the fence and then make her way down the other side in a fall. She screams as I hear her body hit the ground on the other side. Please let her be okay. Don't let anything happen to her. Without thinking, I make my way up to the fence's top and jump over myself. The fall is hard for me too. When I land, I feel a pain unlike any I ever felt from the scars. I don't think anything is broken though. If it is, I'm too worried about her to focus on it. She's crying and holding her leg. I check on it, but she seems to be okay. Something is different about her though. Maybe it's from the light, or from hitting the dirt so hard, but her skin seems rougher. She's dirty now. I am too. I finally stand up and take in where we are now. We fell in mud, dirt and mud. We are bruised and hurt and scarred, but at least we're free. At least we have a chance. I look up over the wall we just climbed, proud of our accomplishment. Then, I hear something. A bit off from us, I see another building. A large, saucer-shaped building with a mechanical door that just opened. We walk over to it slowly, taking care not to hurt ourselves anymore. My legs are still killing me, but I have to know what this is. As we approach it, the building makes an incredible sound that stops us in our tracks. Out of the door walks others. The only other people I've ever seen. There has to be 24 of them at least. They aren't like the two of us though. They are taller, they are thinner, they wear clothes. The tone of their skin is much lighter than ours, and their digits seem to extend much longer. They are like us, there is no doubt, but there is something very different. One of them approaches us. He walks within about 15 or 20 feet of us and stops. He looks at us intensely. All we can do is stare back. When he finally speaks, it hits me hard. This man that I'm looking at face to face, he is the man from the vent. He is the voice that has kept me, locked me up and tormented me for so long. He is my only friend and my only enemy. What have you done? He says to the two of us. I can't tell from his large, black eyes if he is more upset or sad. You have ruined everything we've done for you. Screw you, I shouted at him. We're not going to be your slaves anymore. He stares at us in silence for what seems like minutes. He looks back to his peers, still inside the building. He lets out a heavy sigh and looks back at us. We knew it was only a matter of time. You will have to do things for yourselves now. This is, I'm afraid, the only way for you to learn." I don't know what to say. I'm not sure what he means. I'm not sure if I really care. I just stare at him, holding on to my love. No matter what, I know that I won't have to go back to the way things were. That's all that matters. He walks back to the building and shuts the door. Suddenly, amazingly, the entire building lifts into the air. In an incredible flash, the walls and everything within them in our previous prison disappear without a trace. The flying building rises higher and higher into the air until it's out of our sight. So, now, finally, we are alone. Together, we wander the area, looking for answers. I'm starting to feel uneasy now. I'm hungry, and for the first time that I can remember, I have no food. There is no dispenser. There is no machine. There is no magic tray waiting for me. It's just me and her and the world. It's been very different these last couple of years. It was so lost when they left. I hate myself for saying it, but I want them to be back. I want to hear his voice again, and get my food and get cleaned up and taken care of. The food we eat now is terrible. The way we live is terrible. We get dirty now. We get hurt. Whenever we sleep, we don't get cleaned and fixed like we used to. We wake up the same way we went to sleep. We have to clean ourselves and take care of ourselves. It wasn't until they left us that we realized how much we needed them. It's cold out here. We have to kill animals that roam around here and wear their skins just to keep warm. We feel stupid, dirty, helpless. We hate what we have become. Sometimes I lie awake at night and try to get his voice back in my head. I try to talk to him, and I keep hoping and hoping that he'll answer. But he doesn't. Whoever they were, they're gone now. It's just me and Eve now, just like when we first met. I know that no matter what, we'll have each other. This helps me make it through the day sometimes. We've grown so close out here. She's pregnant now, so we've been working hard to try to build a nice shelter for our family. It's hard, but I know we can do it. A lot of nights, she breaks down and I hold her head and stroke her hair as she cries. Where do you think they went, Adam? Do you think they'll ever come back and help us? I know they won't. I tried to be brave for her. I don't know, maybe they will. They loved us. I know they still do. I kiss her hair like I've done many times before. I hope more than anything that what I just told her is true. It took me about 4 months to accept that my new house was haunted. I imagine most people would have figured it out far sooner, but not me. You see, I didn't just not believe in ghosts, I was certain they weren't real. In my mind, ghosts occupied the same category as dragons and unicorns. So what if a 2-bedroom, semi-detached house was within a 23-year-old's budget? Some people sell cheap. It doesn't necessarily mean there was anything sinister going on. Perhaps the previous owner got a new job somewhere else in the country. I didn't even consider that the scratching sounds, late at night, could be anything other than vermin nesting in the walls. I set traps without giving it another thought. I chalked up the constant feeling of vague dread that permeated the house to some fault with the air conditioning. As soon as I could afford it, I'd pay to have it replaced. My friends all told me I had a ghost, but I just laughed it off. John in particular insisted there was a restless spirit in the house, but if anything, that made me more certain that there wasn't. John believed in everything from psychics to aliens. He was the kind of person who spends a fortune on crystals and herbs. So yeah, it took a lot for me to finally accept there was something off about the house. The first cracks in my comfortable little bubble of certainty came a few weeks ago. I'd been having a rough night's sleep, trapped in a nightmare that I just couldn't wake up from. In my dream, I was a med student working in a morgue. The doctors around me were hostile and rude, laughing and jeering at me. They wanted me to put my gloveless hand inside the chest cavity of a little girl, and found my terror at the idea highly amusing. The girl's corpse stared at me with open, glassy eyes as the doctors dragged me towards her. The shocking cold as my hand entered her chest woke me at last. I let out one of those half-asleep screams that you can only produce after waking up from a nightmare. My right hand was still freezing and clammy, as if it was still inside that little girl's chest. When I tried to move it under my covers, I felt resistance. I screamed when I saw what held my hand. A little girl, the same from my dream, crouched by the side of my bed. She held my hand in hers, and her touch was like ice water. There were tears in her bruised eyes. I was frozen in place, hardly able to breathe as I stared back at her. My stubborn rationality tried to tell me I was experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd suffered from it on and off through my teens and knew the feeling well. This wasn't sleep paralysis. It wasn't my body that froze me in place, but fear. The girl began to disintegrate into a fine mist before my eyes. She still held my hand, even as I felt the pressure ease and the cold subside. Once she was completely gone, my mind reeled with what I'd just seen. The obvious signs of a haunting and how I dismissed them flooded my brain. The scratching, the cheap house, the sense of dread. I'd ignored them all. There were other signs too. The sound of crying late at night that I'd chalked up to foxes or cats. Doors opening and closing that I'd assumed was simply because of a draft. Things not being where I was sure I'd left them, yet I was convinced it had only been my forgetfulness. But what did this mean? If ghosts were real, then could I expect to wake up one morning and find dragons roaming the streets? Could it be that demons and angels and psychics and all the other things I'd made fun of John for believing in were real too? No, that was ridiculous. Ghosts weren't real. They couldn't be. If you open up that door in your mind, the next thing you know, you'll be buying crystals from some hippie Wiccan. We live in a rational world, and there was obviously a rational explanation. Sleep paralysis. Yes, it had to be. Sure, it didn't feel like the episodes I'd had in my teens, but that didn't prove anything. Not all nightmares are the same, so why should sleep paralysis be? I feel somewhat ridiculous now, but that's how my brain worked then. I was one of those people who steps beyond rationality and into simple denial. At the time, my denial proved strong enough to get another week of blissful ignorance. Then, John came round to visit. John just had to visit and screw everything up. "How can you still be convinced there's no such thing as ghosts?" he asked, pointing to the broken vase on the floor. We'd been watching the football and sharing a few beers at my place when a vase fell off the mantelpiece. It was a large, heavy thing, and the sound of it shattering made both of us leap out of our skin. Something had knocked it over, but it was far too big an ornament for it to have been a breeze. "Tremors," I said. "It was probably a tremor." "I didn't feel anything." "Well, we've been drinking, haven't we?" "You're being ridiculous." I was being ridiculous, but I wasn't about to let John tell me that. John, who believes in psychics. John, who believes he could sense the presence of spirits. An idea came to me in that moment. "Alright then, John. Why don't you lead me to the spirit? Use your gift to show me which room the ghost is in." "Well, ghosts do move about a little," he said, suddenly unsure of himself. "I've had a drink too. It might not be easy." "That's alright. I'm happy for you to take your time." I called John out on his supposed psychic power and was loving every moment of it. "Besides, didn't you tell me once that ghosts manifest most strongly in a particular room of a house? I like to know which room that is so I can set up my camera." John wasn't too happy about the ardent skeptic asking him to demonstrate his gift, but the alcohol had made him bold. He accepted my challenge, and we spent the next 5 minutes wandering around the house. John had one hand in front of him, as though he could feel his way to the ghost by touch. Then, we reached my bedroom, and his little finger twitched. "Here," he said at last. "The ghost is strongest in your bedroom. I think it's a little girl." My heart stopped. How could he possibly have known about what I'd seen in that room? I certainly hadn't told him. Denial kicked in again, and I wrote it off as a lucky guess. "Alright then, I'll set up the camera to see if there is anything here. If I do spot a ghost, I'll buy the first round next time we go to the Red Lion. Deal?" So that's how I finally shattered my little bubble of denial entirely. I did set up a camera and watched the footage back the next day. I skipped through the first few hours, since watching myself sleep wasn't especially exciting. As the footage went on without a trace of a ghost, I felt a warm sense of smug satisfaction. It was only when I skipped past an odd flicker that my smugness evaporated. I rewound to take a better look. A little girl stepped out of the shadows. She walked over to my bed and stood beside me. My blood froze in my veins as I watched her lean over my sleeping body. She was inches from my face before she finally faded into mist. Dragons, unicorns, angels, demons, psychics, heaven, hell, crystals, and ghosts. All the things I had written off as fantasy assaulted my brain with their sheer possibility. I had to call John. I won't go into too much detail about the phone call between me and John. I still have some scrap of pride left. Suffice to say, I was in hysterics as I told him what I'd seen. To his credit, John didn't rub it in as much as he could have. I asked him if he'd be able to get rid of the ghost for me. "Sorry, mate," he said. "I'll never be able to do that." Do you know anybody who can?" I asked as calmly as I could. In that moment, as calmly as I could meant I choked out the words between terrified sobs. "Not personally, but I had a friend who had a similar problem. She found a guy who exorcises spirits for free. Says he got rid of her poltergeist. She gave me his number for if I ever needed it. Should be around here somewhere." It took John around 15 minutes of rummaging through his bomb site of a house before he found the number. I didn't mind though. The idea of sharing a house with a ghost, an actual ghost, that thought was intolerable to me. I'd take whatever help I could get. When he finally found the number, I thanked him profusely and wasted no time in calling it. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. "Address?" The voice was cold and detached. "Hello? I was hoping you could help me. I have a ghost in my house and a friend of mine told me you could deal with that sort of thing. Please, I'm terrified." "Address?" He didn't seem at all interested in comforting me. There was a chilly pragmatism in his voice that made the hairs on my neck prickle. Still, I was desperate, so I gave him my address. "I'll be there at midnight," he said, then promptly hung up. The wait was excruciating. I spent the rest of the day and evening smoking in my garden. I just couldn't bring myself to go inside my own house. Since I knew almost nothing about the new world of supernatural horrors I'd been exposed to, I had no idea if that little girl would hurt me. I don't know how I expected an exorcist to look, but when the man finally arrived, he didn't appear as I thought an exorcist would. He was no older than 30 and wore a plain white work shirt with blue jeans and black shoes. If anything, he looked like he belonged in a somewhat nice bar rather than a haunted house. "You have a ghost problem," he said. It wasn't a question. There was no uncertainty in his voice. He said it as blandly as one might say, "It's raining outside." "Yes, a little girl," I answered. "Please, you have to help me." There was no warmth in his face as he observed me. Something about him made me uncomfortable, though I didn't know what it was at the time. Looking back, I think it was the faint trace of contempt in his eyes. "I can remove the spirit for you. Do you know where it manifests itself most strongly?" "Yes, in my bedroom. She sometimes watches me. Watches me while I sleep." Children often have difficulty moving on. He said that as though it was the most normal sentence in the world. "Stay here, I won't be long." With that, he left me standing outside. I lit another cigarette and tried to focus on keeping my heartbeat regular. Some part of me expected to hear the stereotypical horror movie sounds of an exorcism: screaming, Latin chants, demonic voices, that sort of thing. That didn't happen though. It probably took no longer than 10 minutes before the man came back outside. "That's all?" I asked. "That's all. The ghost won't be troubling you anymore. Good night." He left without another word, while I stood outside my house, dumbfounded. It felt so anticlimactic if I'm honest. A stranger arrives, spends a few minutes in my house, then leaves. Not that I'm complaining about that, mind you. It was definitely preferable to the horror movie I'd anticipated. When I finally worked up the courage to go back inside, the house immediately felt different. It was lighter somehow, less oppressive. I couldn't believe how long I endured that lingering sense of dread as I buried my head in the sand. I slept soundly that night. Maybe I could have ended the story here. I could have just gotten on with my life, content with the fact that my house was no longer haunted. My damned curiosity just wouldn't let me. You see, I remembered the camera I had set up in my bedroom. The Exorcist worked so quickly that I just had to see how he'd done it. I wish I hadn't watched the recording. The little girl was huddled in the corner of my bedroom with her hands over her eyes. My heart raced as I looked at her. That ghost girl who introduced me to the world of the supernatural. Then, the exorcist stepped into the room and the little girl began to cry more than ever. He walked over to her and his shape began to blur. Shadows surrounded him, obscuring his features before solidifying into a spidery mass of limbs. I watched in horror as his talons lifted the girl into the air and dragged her towards him. The exorcist's jaws unhinged, revealing multiple rows of needle teeth. His eyes burned with pale fire as he consumed the little girl's spirit. Once he finished his meal, the shadows receded and he appeared human once more. He turned to leave, but spotted the camera. He looked straight into it, straight into me, and smiled. Ghosts are real. I can no longer deny that. I know that there's a world besides our own. And I know that ghosts aren't the worst things out there. I have an amazing friend named Paul. He's polite, chivalrous, the kind of guy who would give you $50 and not care if you pay him back. In general, he's just a really nice guy. He's even training to be a paramedic, which of course is a big hit with the ladies. Paul, myself, and a few friends have been planning this camping trip for months. We get all our equipment, get everything set up, times, locations, carpooling, basically everything. Then Paul says he can't go because it falls on his little brother's birthday. Honestly, none of us even knew he had a little brother. We tell him we can all go and visit his brother with him. Paul says, "Thanks, but it's just going to be a little get-together, nothing too special. You guys will be bored. It's fine, I swear, just go on the trip without me." Eventually, we all get the idea to follow him and surprise him with a party. Some of the girls in the group are the every situation needs a party planner type. This turns out not to be the smartest idea of ours. We pack the car with everything we'll need, except beer. Paul doesn't drink. We get up super early and begin to follow Paul to his town. The whole time we're joking around about how we're undercover. Suddenly, Paul drives into a cemetery. We all let out a collective, "Oh no, 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 no," hoping that maybe he's just taking a shortcut. Sadly, he wasn't. We watch from our car as he gets out a liter of soda and a package of cupcakes. Paul begins to walk over to a headstone, putting a cupcake on the top with a lit candle in it, and a cup of soda. He pulls out 2 chairs, one for him to sit in, and the other to, well, talk to. An hour or so later, the candle is almost burnt out and the food is gone. He begins to pack up his stuff, but not before setting a little present on top next to the cupcake. As soon as he places it, he kneels down and starts to cry for about 15 minutes. Paul is not the type to cry about anything. He eventually stops, collects his items, and proceeds to leave. None of us talked on the ride back. A few days pass and I see Paul. I immediately ask him about the party. Paul says, "Oh, it was fun. I got him a new stack of baseball cards. Can you believe kids still like those? I guess he'll always be 12. Turns out, a drunk driver killed his brother when Paul was only 15. It was the day after I failed to get into the college I wanted, and I was feeling rather bummed out, sitting around in my room. My grandpa picked up on that, and decided he would do like he always did when I was a kid, buy me a video game to cheer me up. And he spotted the Sonic Team logo. Unfortunately, my grandpa got me this, because he wasn't aware how Sega had declined in quality as of late. I replied with a half-hearted smile, because a part of me was happy that he did it for me, and the other side of me, the gamer side, was not so pleased. He knew he made a mistake too, since I wasn't as ecstatic as I was when I was a kid. Or perhaps he thought, as an adult, I was expressing my happiness in a more mature way. I will never know. Before I got around to lying to make him feel better about purchasing the game, he ended up dying the 3rd day after giving me the gift. It was sudden, shocking me in my sleep when my grandmother found him. Her screams and frantic waking of me still so very fresh in my mind. After the burial, I found this game in my room, unwrapped and untouched since first getting it. I picked it up, sympathetically, as if it were a friend I had wronged. With care, I unwrapped it, and a childish smile came over my face. I placed it in my GameCube and played through it all in an ambient light suiting the childish nature of the game. But the childish nature of the game suiting the last gift of my grandfather and my transition to adulthood. I still have this game, and I cherish this more than any other GameCube game I have. A while back, I had been playing a ton of Team Fortress 2. I typically just played arena mode. One match, my whole team rushed out and died, leaving myself and a heavy as the only players. It's important to note that I was playing as a medic. I ran back to base and saw that the heavy was AFK. After a while, he came back saying, "Oh team, I am most sorry," in a voice that had sounded as if he had food stuffed in his mouth. From what I could tell, he probably had some sort of mental disability, since he spoke Heavy's lines. He always referred to me as Doctor. Blue team was beginning to approach, so he turned towards me for help saying, "Doctor, charge me when baby team is near. Now Doctor, hit it Doctor." Through our terrific teamwork, we took down the whole team. This led to him adding me on Steam. Every game we played together, I always go medic, and he always goes heavy. He always yells the battle cry of the heavy, or laughs like him, He constantly thanks me, saying, "You are great, Doctor." I think he was poor since he never played any other games besides TF2. I would ask him about it, and he would respond, "Doctor, money is needed. We must collect money, but money is hard now." He sounded sad, so I asked him if he had seen the Meet the Medic video. He responded with a no, so I gave him the video link. After seeing the video, he was very ecstatic and eagerly asking me about the part when the medic put the Uber on the heart. He then asked if it was possible to get a new heart with Uber. I said, "Heart transplants are possible, but without the Uber." He got sad again. "Maybe in the future." Giving me a heavy laugh, he said, "Then Doctor, Heavy will wait for future." A few weeks pass, and I receive a message from him saying, "Doctor, Heavy will not be fighting until later in the night." It wasn't until the following morning when he got on. For the record, he referenced himself as Heavy, since it's the only class he ever played, and it was in his Steam name. I get a message from him saying, "Doctor, Heavy doesn't feel well. I go to other doctors, but they are nowhere near as good as you, Doctor." He sent me this message when I was already asleep. I have no idea where he lives. The last message I received from him said the following: "Doctor, Heavy will go now, but do not fear baby men on other team. You are good, Doctor. With you, victory is always good. Heavy will join in future." By the time I read this message, he was already offline. He never came back online for a whole year. Yesterday, I saw he was online. I was so excited. I greeted him and asked why he hadn't been online for so long. Sadly, it wasn't him. It was his mom. She sent me this following message: "David, or Heavy, died of heart failure. I'm sorry. Are you the doctor he was always talking about? You're the only friend on his friends list. He was always going on about how him and the doctor were best friends and always leading the team to victory. I don't know what he was talking about, but I was happy that he was happy. Whenever he was on the computer, he always had a smile on his face, and I've never seen him happier. He always stayed strong because he wanted to be with the doctor. Thank you for always making him happy. I'm selling his computer because we were never really wealthy to begin with. If we were, he'd be here right now. I just wanted to see what was on his computer. Thank you again." I never replied to a message. I just stared at the screen for hours. I've always been a little behind with playing Pokemon games. I just couldn't afford some of them until much later, let alone wouldn't be able to play them unless I had the right system anyway. It wasn't until the release of Black and White that I was able to get my very own Nintendo DS. A friend had been lending me hers when I purchased Platinum and Soul Silver to play several months back, so, needless to say, I was pretty excited to finally have the chance to play through future games at my own pace, without needing to stop at strange intervals. To celebrate, I figured I could spoil myself a little more and pick up a copy of Pokémon Black. I had been watching my friend play Pokémon White for the past few weeks now, and had been itching to start my own Unova adventure. I stopped at my local GameStop to see if they had any used versions of the game. I knew it was a bit of a long shot since Pokemon Black and White had been released earlier in the month and probably wouldn't be on the used shelves yet, but I remained hopeful. Used games tend to be a tad bit cheaper, and I could really do with saving a couple extra bucks. Thankfully, luck seemed to be on my side that day, as I spied a lone copy of Pokemon Black in the used section and excitedly scooped it up. I left the store acting like a giddy grade schooler and rushed on home to start playing. I spent the next couple of weeks playing Pokemon Black, relying on website walkthroughs to figure out where I should go and what Pokemon I should catch in each area. I had developed a pretty strong team by the end of the main story arc, consisting of Superior, Zebstrika, Simipour, Chandelure, Ordino, and Reshiram. I loved the legendary dragons in this game, so immediately after I finished my final battle with N and such, I promptly got myself a Zekrom through the GTS, and a Japanese one at that to boot. However, there was one Pokemon I wanted the most in the game: Kyurem. I had fallen in love with Kyurem since I first saw its design on Bulbapedia about a year back. It had made me a little sad that I couldn't get him until I was done with the main story. Though, after reading that you encounter him at level 75, the wait was probably well worth it, especially with the randomly high level trainers who appear after the main story arc. After exploring a few other features that unlocked after beating the main game, I took my team and went hunting for Kyurem. After arriving at the village which spoke about a monster that lives in the giant chasm, it took me a little while to figure out where to go in order to reach Kyurem's lair. Finally, I came across the boulder I needed to move to get into the area and excitedly ventured into the chasm, feinting a couple of opponents with my Reshiram and catching a much needed Ditto along the way. It wasn't long before I reached the point where you hear Kyurem cry, and the area turns into a snow-filled wasteland. I got a little lost while trying to find the cave that would lead me to the Pokemon, but I eventually found it and hurriedly made my way inside. This is when things started to get a little weird. According to what I read online, I should have emerged into a cavern where Kyurem would be waiting for me to interact with at the end. Instead, I ended up inside some sort of a tunnel, which made a sharp turn to the left. Perplexed, I figured that perhaps the information I had read for encountering Kyurem was incorrect, or was at least partially relayed by the websites. So, I decided to follow the tunnel anyway. I was surprised to find that no wild Pokemon appeared as I continued into the area, but gathered that was just part of the gameplay at this point. After the sharp left turn, the tunnel straightened out and writings on the wall, much like what you would see in the underwater ruins, only on a brown background, began to appear every 20 paces or so. After interacting with one of them, I noticed that these writings were readable and were telling the story of Kyurem in dialogue boxes. Backtracking, I learned that this story was told by one of the villagers who was kidnapped by Kyurem years ago, though the tale was a little different from what I had heard in the village earlier. According to the first four walls, Kyurem was supposedly the original body of Reshiram and Zekrom before the dragon split in two. The remaining husk travelled to the farthest reach of Unova it could find before finding solace in the underground, where it was supposed to sleep for an eternity. However, when the icy meteorite fell to Earth, it crashed into the area where Kyurem dwelled and stirred the Pokemon from its slumber. Kyurem, enraged and bloodthirsty, began stalking the shadows at night, snatching anyone and anything that drew near, dragging them into its lair where it would later feast on them to try and cure its insatiable hunger. Apparently Kyurem was trying to make itself whole again and needed the flesh of the living in order to do so. I saved the game after I read these, just in case I would run into Kiram shortly after this point. The story had chilled me though, and I wondered why something so morbid was in a Pokemon game in the first place. Then again, I knew that the legendaries of Sinnoh in Platinum were pretty freaky, and the fact that Black and White is also geared towards older audiences anyway, so I thought nothing more of Kiram's story. I then noticed that there were 3 more walls with writing as I continued, but upon reading those, a different message came to light. In order, the 3 walls said, "Get out. Don't venture further. Death awaits those who refuse to turn back now." Again, I saved the game after each of these walls, both nervous and excited because I knew I was getting that much closer to finding Kyurem. However, about 20 paces after the final wall, the screen went black, and the sound of a descending staircase like the one you would hear in the older Pokemon games was heard. Then, a dialogue box appeared. "The dead never sleep. Kyurem wants to be whole again." The battle music started up, and Kyurem appeared, which was odd, because 1, you are not supposed to encounter Kyurem in this fashion, and 2, the screen didn't flash after the battle music started. I watched the animations as my character sent out Reshiram, who was the first Pokemon in my party. By this point, I suspected that the used game that I'd bought was hacked, much like the ones I had read about on the internet for years. I was a little disappointed that I didn't have an original copy of the game, but proceeded into the battle with Kyurem anyway, seeing as I wanted the Pokemon and that only this section of the game appeared to be hacked. Not wanting to use my Master Ball unless it was a last resort, I went into my Reshiram's attacks and selected Fusion Flare to do some much needed damage to the higher level opponent. Kyurem's speed must have been higher than my own, however, seeing as it moved first with Sheer Cold and, unfortunately, hit me with the attack, causing Reshiram to faint in 1 turn. No matter, I figured. I had 5 other Pokemon who could weaken Kyurem just as well. But when the bottom screen changed for me to call out my next Pokemon, I couldn't help but gape in disbelief. The other 5 Pokemon I had with me initially had vanished. There was only 1 other Pokemon in my party that I could use, and that was the Japanese Zekrom I had gotten from the GTS earlier. Confused and a little peeved after it dawned on me that this might have been part of the hack, I sent out Zekrom and selected the move Dragon Claw from its set. Just like before, Kyurem moved first and used Sheer Cold, which, inconceivably, hit my Pokemon once more. After Zekrom fainted, I placed my finger on the power button, ready to turn the system off. I was furious. I assumed that the hack was designed to make Kyurem uncatchable, and that I was the one unlucky person who had fallen for its devious trick. My plan from here was to reset the game, backtrack to the main entrance and fly to a nearby town so I could later trade my Kyurem from my friend and get it through a GTS instead. However, just before I was about to flip the power switch on my DS, the 2 screens faded to black, and the option for choosing a Pokemon substitution appeared again on the bottom screen. Much to my surprise, the Pokemon opted to substitute were my already fainted Reshiram and Zekrom. Their health bars were completely full again, but instead of the normal green coloration which would indicate high health, it was red. Baffled, curiosity got the better of me, and I selected Reshiram to send out to see what would happen. I really wish I had just shut off the game when I had the chance. The top screen faded back into the battle as Reshiram was sent out once more. But something was wrong. Reshiram looked different. Its sprite looked all mangled and blooded. The closest part of Reshram's face toward the screen looked as though it was peeled away, exposing the skull underneath. Its eyes were a deathly red instead of its normal blue, which were accented by the sinking black sockets surrounding them, and its ribcage seemed to be showing. Additionally, Reshram's wing on the furthest side of the screen seemed to be broken and shredded, making the Pokemon look freakishly unbalanced as it moved in its slowest animation, as though the health was at a critical level, along with the alarming beeping sound that accompanied it. What really set me off though was the sound of its cry. It was long, distorted and droning, and crackled a little midway through. I felt sick. The current state of my Reshiram made it remarkably difficult for me to look at. So, I turned my attention to Kyurem instead so that I wouldn't double over in illness. But as I looked at Kyurem, I noticed that it had changed too. Unlike my Reshiram, however, Kyurem didn't look disfigured, but healthier rather, for lack of a better way to describe it. Its wrinkled skin appeared to be a lot smoother, and its stance was more upright than it was supposed to be normally. Studying its form further, I then noticed something that sent chills through my body. Though the coloration of Kyurem appeared to be normal, its hind feet and tail had changed in appearance and looked remarkably similar to those in Reshiram's design. Fear gripped me. It was almost as if Kyurem had absorbed part of Reshiram into itself in an attempt to be whole again, much like what the story from the walls was saying. I shook my head, feeling stupid for even humouring the notion. This was just some sort of sick hack, right? Before I could do anything else, a dialogue box suddenly appeared. Kyurem wants to be whole again. The animation for Reshiram hurting itself played, and its health dropped significantly until it only had one remaining hit point. Another dialogue box. Reshiram hurt itself. Then, the long, distorted cry of Reshiram sounded again as its last remaining bit of health vanished while the fainting animation played. Reshiram died. Again, the two screens faded to black, and the Pokemon substitution prompt came up on the bottom screen. I noticed that Reshiram had completely disappeared now, and that Zekrom was the only Pokemon left in my party. Its health bar was still full and red. I was terrified. What kind of hack was this? I sat there, staring at the prompt screen, struggling between my own perverse curiosity to continue and desire to just shut off the DS. After about 5 minutes, I selected Zekrom to send out. Just like before, the top screen slowly faded back into the battle as Zekrom made its appearance. Like Reshiram beforehand, it too looked bloodied and mangled, but on the opposite side. The only difference, however, was that Zekrom's closest arm to the screen appeared to have been stripped down to the bone, and its sunken eyes were a sickly yellow rather than red. It had the same slow looping animation, accompanied by the beeping critical health sound. Its cry also mimicked the likes of Reshiram's before, long, droning and crackling. I looked at Kyurem again, though now it looked almost nothing like the Pokemon I had come to adore. Apart from its identifying colours, Kyurem now looked completely smooth and stood upright. His forelimbs and wings looked like Zekrom's, and its back feet and tail still mirrored Reshiram. Its face looked like a strange combination of both Pokemon, though it still had Kyurem's characteristic crown. I braced myself for whatever was going to happen next. Sure enough, the same dialogue box appeared as it did before. Kyurem wants to be whole again. Like Reshiram before it, Zekrom damaged itself to its last remaining bit of health, released its distorted cry and fainted. Zekrom hurt itself. Zekrom died. Tears were streaming down my face at this point out of sheer terror. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It just didn't seem real. I had to keep telling myself this was a sick joke in order to keep my sanity. Still, I waited to see if there was more. The bottom screen faded away, and now it was just me and Kuram. No Pokemon, no nothing. I couldn't even access my bag to use my Master Ball and catch the creature to see if it would end this horror. Then, a new dialogue box popped up. Kuram is whole again. Do you want to add this Pokemon to your party? The options for yes and no appeared. I was trembling. I didn't want this thing in my party. This thing wasn't even Kuram. It was some sort of monster who devoured my Pokemon to take on their appearance for itself. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second as I selected the option of no. Everything stopped. The strange image of Kuram stopped looping its animation, and the music went silent. I couldn't even prompt anything by pressing buttons. I would have considered the game frozen if it weren't for the dialogue box which appeared a few seconds later. I see. That's too bad. Suddenly, Kuram's figure distorted and turned itself to face the screen. Its mouth opened in a gaping roar, which sounded like Kuram, Reshiram, and Zekrom combined, as it lunged towards me, like Giratina does when it first shows up in Platinum. The sound blasted so loudly out of my DS speakers that I screamed and dropped the game system in startled surprise, backing away from it as I did. I sat, huddled on the couch, staring at the game console as though it was possessed. Then, I noticed the familiar sound of the startup screen as it began to play through. Hesitantly, I reached for my game and pressed start, bringing myself to the opening menu. My game had been erased. The option of new game appeared where my file was supposed to be. Not wanting to deal with my hacked black version anymore, I shut my DS off and tossed it to the side where I left it alone for the rest of the day. I haven't touched my Pokémon Black since that day. My friend had tried to coax me into playing it again, but I just can't bring myself to place the card in my DS. I actively avoid watching or battling players if they have Reshiram, Zekrom, or Kuram on their team. The images of those Pokemon remind me too much of what I saw. Those who have listened to my story have asked if they could take the game off my hands so they can see what had happened for themselves. I refuse to let them. This hacked game will be my curse to bear alone for all time. The images are just too horrible to share. Needless to say, I never bought a used game ever again.